Bismillah, dear Excellencies, dear conference participants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Bakajan Arif Sambek. I'm the program manager of the Secretariat of the Islamic Organization for Food Security. On my right is my instructor and supervisor, Dr. Ismail Abdul Hamid, who is the director of Programs and Projects Office. We welcome you all in today's international workshop titled Role of Animal Genetic Resources in Ensuring Food Security and Improving Livestock Production. And it is best to start our event with the recitation of Holy Quran.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم
وهو الذي أنشأ جنات معروشات وغير معروشات والنخل والزرع مختلفا أكله والزيتون والرمان متشابها وغير متشابه كلوا من ثمره إذا أثمر وآتوا حقه يوم حصاده ولا تسرفوا إنه لا يحب المسرفين.
صدق الله العظيم. As you know, our workshop objective is to discuss and assess the current state of genetic resources of agricultural animals, as well as make an overview of activities implemented by research and science institutions in OAC countries, as well as share the experience and practices in the conservation and sustainable use of animal genetic resources. Allow me to turn on the opening session. And first, it is our great pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Sayyid Fakhar Imam, the Federal Minister for National Food Security and Research of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Indeed, Assalamu alaikum to all the participants. I would like to congratulate the members of the Secretariat of the Islamic Organization for Food Security, the Honorable Excellencies for taking part, and the Honorable Director General of the OIE, Monique, all the experts and professionals representing the OIC member countries. Assalamu alaikum. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, it gives me an immense pleasure to welcome you all in the international workshop entitled Role of Animal Genetic Resources in Ensuring Food Security and Improving Livestock Production. I sincerely believe that the Islamic Organization for Food Security has provided an excellent platform for policy and operational technical work in the OIC member countries to discuss the formidable challenges to food security in the OIC member countries and, in fact, globally, to discuss the formidable challenges to food security, in particular the Islamic countries and all those associated in the region. I further strongly feel that the member countries are blessed with diversified animal genetic resources, but to exploit the potential and to further improve that potential has remained a formidable challenge for most of us. The organization of the Instant International Workshop is a great step towards livestock development, in turn the assurance of food security in the OIC member countries, including Pakistan. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, the national herd of food animals in Pakistan consists of 49.6 million heads of cattle, 41.2 million buffaloes, 31.2 million sheep, 78.2 million goats, and 1.1 million camels. In Pakistan, a fairly good number of breeds of camel, horses, asses, mules, and yak do add to the genetic diversity of the livestock sector in Pakistan. Our zebu cattle like Red Sindhi and Sahiwal, and buffalo breeds like Neeli, Ravi, and Kundi are world-famous dairy breeds, which are very well adapted to harsh, hot, and humid climate. Honorable participants, I take pride for having such large number of animals, which are far less, unfortunately, producers of milk and meat than those of cattle like Holstein, Friesian, Jersey, and many other breeds around the world. However, countries like Australia and Brazil have improved their breeds by introducing our genetic resources. And even in Australia, they have used some of our genetic resource. I am thankful that IOFC has provided this opportunity to make a roadmap to establish effective links between the public and private institutions, including, but not limited to, research, academia, practicing farmers, and most importantly, the decision makers at policy and operational level among the member countries to develop performance audit systems, both at the national and organization level. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, the need of such linkages has never been so critical as it is today, and it has become one of the imperatives now because we are at dire risk at times of food insecurity and likely exclusion from international trade, provided unless we improve our productivity per unit of our animals, reduce the cost production, enhance SPS conditions along the entire value chain of production. This also demands use of technology and professional expertise and farmers' awareness. Honorable participants, you will agree that we should start as an initial step trading in agricultural produce amongst our member countries. Meanwhile, we should resolve at the organizational level to improve SPS conditions, production systems, and animal genetic resources to compete in the global arena. Therefore, I urge the forum to deliberate seriously and take practical measures in this regard. I assure you of the fullest cooperation from Pakistan. Honorable participants, the present government has already focused on the livestock center to ensure food security and to alleviate poverty alleviation, particularly from the rural settings. To this end, Pakistan has planned to improve animal genetic production potential through artificial insemination and to meet the SPS requirements. We have approved national disease surveillance and control systems and are also piloting animal identification and traceability systems on a limited scale. I can assure you, we will achieve our targets in due course of time, and Pakistan will be one of those countries who are meeting the international requirements for export of animal products to high markets as well. A few years ago, Pakistan signed an MOU with the Chinese government for the establishment of free foot and mouth disease-free zones with vaccination in the country. This FMD-free zone can open up additional high-end markets for the export of livestock and livestock products around the world, which would be a great incentive for our farmers to produce more and add to Pakistan's economy. Not only will we meet our local requirements, but produce surpluses for regional countries and further beyond. In the end, I again welcome the participants and hope that the 2 days long deliberations will come up with concrete recommendations for the improvement of animal genetic resources and chalk out an effective coordination mechanism for implementation of cooperation amongst the IOFS member countries, including Pakistan. May Allah be your guide and give us the appropriate direction. With respect, Pakistan, Paindaba.
Dear Honorable Minister, we're thankful for your speech. Your comments are well noted. We are grateful for the close cooperation with your esteemed ministry. Thank you very much. Next, we're glad. Thank you. Next, we're glad to give the floor to His Excellency Professor Iqbal Chaudhry, the Coordinator General of the Standing Committee on Scientific and Technological Cooperation of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. As we are from different time zones, and this truly international conference gives us the breadth of activities which IOFS is conducting. I'd like to start by thanking our Minister, Sayyid Fakhr Imam, for his very pertinent and extremely important comments in the context of Pakistan. But I feel they are extremely important for the other countries also, and his ministry is trying to do lots of very good things, and that direction is, I'm sure, would eventually lead to a very successful sector in the field of food security. I would like to begin my comments by expressing my gratitude to IOFS for two things. Number one, that A very successful General Assembly of IOFS was held, participated by 36 member states and very large number of other OIC member states who are willing to become part of the IOFS international program, as well as many international organizations. And on behalf of Comstock, it was a great pleasure of participating in this very successful event. Second is that in second summit of science and technology organized by Abu Dhabi, food security has received lots of attention. And we feel that IOFS, Islamic Organization of Food Security, is indeed a custodian of very important food security endeavor in the Muslim world. And both of these things really make IOFS a very important institution. So we are very pleased to be a partner with IOFS because Comstock has been working very closely with IOFS on a number of projects, including gene bank establishment, various kinds of capacity building events. And these events are the continuity of a joint mission of using science and technology for the betterment of Muslim population, as well as to ensure that large proportion of the Muslim Ummah is food secure. I would like to mention that theme of the workshop, mainly the role of animal genetic resources in ensuring food security and improving livestock production, is certainly a very important theme because livestock play an extremely important role in many of the OIC states. This is the most important source of livelihood of very large number of proportion. Despite the fact that we are about 1/4 of the human population, the production of livestock and related product is only 13%. And that requires lots of brainstorming and understanding of what are the factors and impediments which are stopping a great progress which we can make in this particular direction. We are very much aware that growing pressure upon our world's animal genetic resources are threatening and depleting animal genetic variation. It is therefore extremely important to expand the program of animal genetic resource preservation and improved use as a matter of urgency. In order to stem the current loss of indigenous breeds of animals, Honorable Minister mentioned about some very important breeds in Pakistan, including Sahibal Neeli cow, which is certainly a premier livestock resource for us as well. It is therefore very appropriate that IFS, in collaboration with Comstock and other organizations, concentrate in organizing the workshops not only on the stock of existing situation regarding animal genetic resources, but also in identifying this sustainable use of animal genetic resources for agriculture and food production. It is indeed a vital strategy for maintaining the much desired diversity of animal genetic resources. Can you hear me?
Yes, Your Excellency, Professor, we're hearing you well.
Okay, because I saw one brother was waving head, so I thought there was something wrong. Anyway, thank you very much. So it is indeed a vital strategy for maintaining the much desired diversity of animal genetic resources. Achievement of sustainable use would continue to support livelihood and minimize the long-term risk for survival of animal population. It is extremely heartening that this particular event has attracted both resource persons and participants from entire spectrum of the Muslim world. So if we see people from different regions, we have participants from North Africa, from Middle East, from Central Asia, and from South Asia. So it's a whole range of geographical locations which are represented in this very successful event, which I foresee as a major achievement. The theme of different sessions of this workshop emphasize not only the general issues on the conservation and use of animal genetic resources, but also focus on various specific livestock such as camels, cattle, sheep, goats, etc. They certainly constitute the livelihood of a large number of population in the OIC world. As such, I am hopeful that outcome of this workshop will be better understanding of the means of preserving and utilizing our livestock population in a sustainable manner, as well as a better networking among the scientists who are working together, working in this particular field. This is an extremely important outcome. I see networking of people with the similar interests, an important outcome of this event. And COMSTAC, Ministerial Standing Committee for 57 Ministers of Science and Technology and Higher Education in OIC will work closely with the IOFS to make sure that this network is properly supported and nurtured. With this, I wish success to all the participants of a very useful workshop and continued interaction among the scientists and livestock experts to forge broader network of knowledge and expertise in ensuring food security through preservation of animal genetic resources. IFS is certainly deserve all the appreciation for the wonderful work they are carrying out. And I pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless all of us with the success of good endeavors which we are trying to do. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Professor Iqbal Choudhury, for your speech. The close cooperation of IFS with COMSTAC is highly appreciated, and we are hopeful for the constant and active collaboration with your esteemed team. Thank you. I would like to remind participants that the interpretation into Arabic, French, and Russian are available, that you can choose from the interpretation button. Now it is the privilege to give the floor to His Excellency Dr. Ali Abu Sabah, the Director General of the International Center for Agricultural Research in the Dry Areas, ICARDA. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very, very much for the opportunity to share our thoughts in this very important workshop on the role of animal genetic resources in ensuring food security and improving livestock production. First, I would like to thank the IOFS for organizing such event because of the crucial nature of the animals and the role in the sustaining of livelihood of the people in the dry areas in particular. We in the CGIAR centers strongly believe that the genetic resources for food and agriculture are global public goods that contribute to the livelihoods of billions of people worldwide and are critical for ensuring long-term global food security. That's why it takes global effort to promote the wise management of these resources. So, under the guidance of the Global Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, the member countries of FAO developed and adopted a global plan of action for animal genetic resources. That was back in 2007. And since then, this GPA has been translated by many countries into national strategies and plans. This conference will share some of the progress made in several Islamic countries, which will be reported by the national coordinators. So this is a very welcome thing to have. With regards to ICARDA livestock research, we focus on sheep and goats, which are of crucial importance for the livelihoods in the drylands. FAO reported in 2020 a total of 1,146 local sheep and 569 local goat breed populations. About 20% of all sheep breeds are reported to be at risk, and 24% of goat breeds as well. But nearly 50% of these populations that are no data on population numbers, and characterization is still scanty, a challenge for many countries for them to be able to plan properly the use of the resources. ICARDA has been contributing to the strategic priority on the characterization and inventory in a number of countries, focusing on two key areas: the phenotyping and genetic characterization of sheep and goat breeds populations. That is basically the basis for understanding the genetic diversity in a given country and laying the foundation for national monitoring. The second part is to identify specific adaptation traits in the different bred populations, focusing on the abiotic and biotic stresses and fertility traits. But for me, the most critical part is to halt the erosion of the genetic diversity, and especially considering the unique adaptive traits that we have not yet discovered or even knowledge about what they are and what they could offer for us in the future. ICARDA works very closely with the national partners to learn from each other and to develop national strategies through the integrating of the young researchers into our research programs that we fund, working with our partners. I believe, therefore, this conference will have an important opportunity for us to share progress.
يكون فرصة لتبادل التطور.
Develop solutions for the future. I wish all the participants a very successful deliberations over the conference and look forward for the final outcome and the recommendations. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for your speech. We indeed highly appreciate the cooperation of IOFS and ICARDA. Thank you very much for supporting this event, as well as two eminent ICARDA experts will be sharing their expertise. Thank you very much. Next, we are glad to give the floor to His Excellency Dr. Jean-Jacques Sola, the Special Advisor of the World Organization for Animal Health. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. Do you hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you well.
Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of Dr. Monique Eloi, the Director General of the World Organization for Animal Health, the OIE. I take this opportunity to thank the Islamic Organization for Food Security for inviting the OIE to participate in this international symposium. My thanks also go to the authorities of Kazakhstan for hosting this meeting. We are very honored by this invitation that is a sign of fruitful relation in the future. As you know, the OIE has been created in 1924 by an international agreement signed by 28 countries, including 3 current members of the IOFS. Today, almost 100 years later, our 182 members are more than ever committed to improve animal health and welfare. We ensure transparency in the global animal disease situation, collect, analyze, and disseminate veterinary scientific information, encourage international solidarity in the control of animal disease, safeguard world trade by publishing health standards for international trade in animals and animal products, improve the legal framework and resource of national veterinary services to provide a better guarantee of food of animal origin and to promote animal welfare through a science-based approach. Animal health is not only a key component of public health and livestock production, but also a major contributor to food and nutrition security. In this regard, the OIE is involved in strong and long-standing partnerships with UN organizations, including WHO, FAO, and UNEP, and with the global coordination mechanisms, including G7, G20, and the FAO OIE Global Framework for the Progressive Control of transboundary animal diseases, the GFTADs. Coming to the topic of this international symposium, the OIE considers that new genomic techniques in domestic animals, NGT, are a tremendous challenge to improve control and prevention of panzootic disease in domestic animals in the future. A new tool in the genomic world has recently appeared on the scene, the genomic editing technique, CRISPR-Cas9, commonly called genetic scissors. This will have a critical impact on the control and prevention of animal diseases and subsequently on the animal genetic resources in ensuring food security and improving livestock production. The awarding of the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2020 to the two biologists Emmanuel Charpentier and Jennifer Doudna for their discovery of the genomic editing technique has helped to focus attention on the formidable potential of this NGT, and particularly on the perspective of infectious diseases. These techniques are expected to be capable of producing animals insensitive to pathogens that generate dangerous enzootic or panzootic diseases. This invention is already successfully applied in human medicine, for example, for treatment of incurable genetic disease, and has been experimentally implemented to provide genetic solution in animal health with the generation of disease-resistant animals, such as bovine tuberculosis, to the extent that is now considered potentially as the prophylaxis measure of the 21st century to combat and prevent animal disease. However, to further expand these techniques of high potential, in particular vis-à-vis of dramatic disease, much more research is still necessary, in particular on foot and mouth disease and peste des petits ruminants. This new tool is precise, easy to implement, and inexpensive compared to other previous genome editing techniques. Importantly, the change of genetic information obtained by site-directed nuclease 1 and 2, minor genome modification, and induced by the CRISPR-Cas9 technology are indistinguishable from spontaneous mutations. It can also enhance animal welfare through improved thermoregulation of farm animals, for example, or else to produce hornless cattle. In conclusion, the OIE reiterates its thanks to the IOFS and confirms its full availability to open the discussion about our future relations, looking to improve the sanitary level of animal production chains, reducing the zoonotic risk, and strengthening food and nutrition security of our members. The OIE sub-regional office in Nur Sultan, Kazakhstan remains mandated to liaise with the competent authority of Kazakhstan and other countries of the region, as well as with IOFS.
مع منظمة الأمن الغذائي.
Dear Dr. Jean-Jacques Sola, thank you very much for your intervention. Indeed, the animal disease control and prevention are critical and important for livestock development. And we also helpful for the close cooperation with OIE team, as well as with its representative office in Kazakhstan. Thank you very much. Now it is our great honor to give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Yerlan Baydolet, the Director General of the Islamic Organization for Food Security. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable Minister, Mr. Syed Fahar Imam, Excellency Dr. Iqbal Chaudhary, dear Dr. Ali Abu Sabah, dear Dr. Jean Jacques Sula, distinguished experts and colleagues, dear participants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Before I start, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for kind words that have been expressed by His Excellency the Minister and His Excellency Dr. Iqbal Chaudhary, and for congratulations for having our successful main event, which is 4th General Assembly on the last week. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. We're doing all our best to contribute to the food security of our countries, our member countries. And as a young organization, of course, we're trying to do our best with all limited resources, but we do our best. And we appreciate very much all your sincerity and your trust to us. As much as possible to be with you and to be a very successful institution to strengthen the food security in OIC member countries. It is great pleasure to speak and cordially welcome all of you at the international workshop titled Role of Animal Genetic Resources in Ensuring Food Security and Improving Livestock Production. I'm very thankful for the welcoming remarks of all honorable speakers that emphasize the importance of the topic of today's event. I'm particularly grateful for the eminent experts who will be sharing their extensive and valuable experience on the management of animal genetic resources for livestock production and food security within these 2 days. We highly appreciate the time and efforts of each of you. Excellencies, dear participants, livestock production in OIC region is an important agricultural sector that makes a significant contribution to the economies of member states. For instance, in 2018, OIC countries accounted for around 13% of the world total livestock production, registering a considerable increase for the last several years. Livestock production and consumption would increase significantly by contributing to the rural development, improving livelihoods, and increasing incomes of the small-scale producers. In this context, farm animal genetic resources are critical to livestock productivity and adaptability, and they are a key contributor to food security and livelihoods. Growing pressures upon the world animal genetic resources, arising mainly from the short-term economic interests, are threatening and depleting animal genetic variations. In this regard, it is important to expand the program of animal genetic resources preservation and improved use in order to address the current loss of indigenous breeds of animals. Sustainable use of animal genetic resources would definitely support livelihoods and minimize the long-term risk for survival of animal populations. Genetic improvement programs need to be considered in terms of national agriculture and livestock development objectives, suitability to local conditions, and livelihood security, as well as environmental sustainability. Excellencies, dear participants, we, the Islamic Organization Food Security, being the specialized institution of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, actively work on ensuring food security and promoting agricultural and rural development in the OIC region. We do that through the IOFS strategic framework, consisting of 16 programs that have been approved with the 3rd General Assembly of the 2nd and 3rd December 2020 in Ankara, Turkey, and highlighted was the implementation during the 4th General Assembly that was concluded last week in Nur Sultan, Kazakhstan. And you all know that we are coming with a 10 years strategy, which is really defining all this strategic framework. And we're going to be active and very trying to systemic in this regard. We emphasize the concept from gene to fork throughout all IFS programs, and particularly highlight the program development of national gene banks that aims to support member countries in establishing gene banks and enhancing the capacity for conservation, sustainable use, and exchange of plants and animal genetic resources. Dubai Declaration, adopted in the International Conference on the Development of National Gene Banks, held on 5th and 6th July 2020 by IOFS and United Arab Emirates government, underlines the necessity for OIC member states to strengthen the national capacity and promote regional cooperation for acquisition, conservation, sustainable use and exchange of plant and animal genetic resources. We would like to highlight the systemic work at IOFS in the field of livestock development. Therefore, we request you, esteemed expert, to actively get involved in the development of Center of Excellence for Livestock that is in line with IOFS Strategic Vision 2031 and will be providing online services for farmers of OIC member states. In this regard, we kindly ask you to engage in all our discussions, provide your feedback and suggestions to the IOFS Secretariat. The IOFS, in its turn, as an international and intergovernmental institution, is keen to provide the wide umbrella for constant collaboration among member countries in the exchange of knowledge and experience. Your Excellencies, dear participants, I would like to note that as a result of the workshop, the IOFS Secretariat will be collecting your feedback, thoroughly analyzing them, and looking forward to strengthen the cooperation in this domain. We will be looking forward to organize sub-regional trainings in the management of animal genetic resources in case member countries would be interested. I would also say that IOFS is organizing events with specific and concrete results. Therefore, IOFS Secretariat will work with the esteemed experts who will be making presentation in the workshop to develop the workshop proceedings that will contain all presentations delivered within these 2 days and share these materials with the member states. Please let me express again the deep gratitude for honorable speakers and distinguished experts for the invaluable contribution to this event. 2 days agenda is very comprehensive. The IOFS Secretariat will listen carefully to all presentations and speeches for further consideration in our works. I wish every participant a fruitful discussion and productive work. Thank you so much. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your welcoming speech. Many thanks for your leadership and supervision of all our programs. Thank you very much. By this, we would like to thank all honorable speakers and allow us to move to the sessions. I would like to inform that following, we will have 2 sessions. The first session on the role of animal genetic resources in food security and agriculture. The moderator of the session will be Dr. Mohammed Ali, food practice lead, food security expert of DINA Standard, close partner of IOFS. Dr. Mohammed Ali, Assalamu alaikum. We're grateful to see you. And the floor is yours to moderate the following session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bakitsan. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Hope you are doing well in this tough period. Definitely, IOFS is leading the food security in OIC countries. And all these workshops, events that IOFS is initiating is important to understand the full picture of the food security strategy, and definitely we need to align on many topics. Today our topic is the role of animal genetic resources in the OIC countries in order to ensure the food security for the OIC countries. The session I will be moderating is the role of animal genetic resources in food security and agriculture. I will be having the honor to present 7 prestigious speakers. I have exactly 1 hour and 15 minutes. So I will be giving 7 minutes for each speaker, so that we can reach our time. Hello? I think.
Yes, we're hearing you well.
Yes. I ask everybody, please, everyone to mute himself so that we can hear the speakers. My first speaker will be Professor Nawar Jamali. He's the first Director General and co-founder of the National Gene Bank of Tunisia, Director of Animal Genetic Resources Research Lab, National Coordinator of Animal Genetic Resources in Tunisia. He is also the Vice Chair of the ITWG Agri-FAO, representing Africa. Professor Nawar, the floor is yours. You will be talking about the pathway to reduce the gap between developing and developed countries in the field of animal genetic resources, management and conservation. Please, you have 7 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Let me share my presentation. But I was told that I have 15 minutes and not 7, and I prepared myself for 15 minutes. So I don't know how I will handle that.
I'm sorry, Dr. Muhammad Ali, Dr. Nawar Jamali. Yes, each speaker will have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, distinguished guests, dear participants. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are. It is a pleasure to present my talk today after the kind invitation of the Islamic Organization for Food Security to participate in this excellent international workshop topic. As you all know, and it has been said since this morning, animal genetic resources are key contributors to food security, nutrition, and agriculture in general in the world. But the way animal genetic resources are handled differs from one country to another, and there is a huge gap between developing countries and developed ones in the field of management and conservation. This is the reason I chose as a title, Pathways to Reduce the Gap Between Developing and Developed Countries in the Field of Animal Genetic Resources Management and Conservation. But first, some definitions so we can interact on the same level. When I speak about conservation, I mean in situ, ex situ live, and gene banks program activities. When I use the word management, it is equivalent to the sustainable use. It is equivalent also to animal breeding schemes that rely on 2 major components. One, selection to create genetic gain and to improve productivity. And it requires well-defined breeding goals, recording system, genetic and genomic evaluation, dissemination of superior genes, and the second component, a planned cross-breeding instead of random crossing. As you all know, the biodiversity in general is in a dramatic decline, while humans are increasing in population at an exponential curve trend. This is why important steps have been taken in the world at the world level to save the biodiversity, animal genetic resources in our case today. Because animal genetic resources have been threatened, and they are still threatened, due to random crossbreeding between imported exotic breeds and native ones, due to a lack of reliable strategies in conservation and sustainable use. For these reasons, the government in 1992 signed the Convention on Biodiversity with the 3 major goals: conservation of the biodiversity, its sustainable use, and access and benefit sharing. A world strategy of animal genetic resources management and conservation led by FAO started since 2001 and it gave the global plan of action after Interlaken meeting in 2007. My points I would like to share with you, and I am really anxious to share them, and I hope that my message will go through. First, I will identify 3 major important reasons why there's a huge gap between developing and developed countries in the field of sustainable management and conservation of animal genetic resources. And then I am presenting to you 3 important key pathways to reduce this gap and establish reliable animal genetic resources strategies for conservation and management. 3 gaps. The first major gap is the animal productivity. There is a huge difference between the productivity of animals in developed countries and the productivity of animals in developing countries. This slide shows to you, focus on the right axis, which gives the production per animal, the productivity, and the black dots that shows the level of productivity by region. And I am taking in here the case of dairy cattle. As you see, the United States and Canada, the average cow produces more than 10,000 kilograms per lactation, followed by Europe between 7,000 and 8,000 kilograms per lactation. And then come the other countries, and Africa is in the bottom. They achieved this productivity because they understand the importance of genetic variability and they value it. But I am afraid to say the majority of developing countries, they lack of understanding of genetic variability and the dynamic of breeds and population, herds, flocks, and whatever. And as you see to the left of your slide, this is a normal curve that you can see it in cattle, in sheep, in goats, in camels. And the most important is the variation within the flock or within the herd or within the breed. And developed countries, they were able to use science to explore and value this variability through breeding goals, recording, and genetic evaluation methods. And they were able to make the best ones genetically, with the best females genetically, with the best males genetically, and to produce better offspring to replace the animals that leave the flock or the herd. They do it because, gap 2B, they have skilled human resources that know how to use animal genetic resources as an applied tool to value variability. We have this profile that master genetics from the Mendelian law to population genetics to quantitative genetics to genomics. I am afraid to say, and I am sorry to say, this profile is rare in developing countries. By doing this and working on productivity, they were able to reduce their animal numbers while increasing their production and the productivity. Look at this example. In the 40s, the US, they had more than 25 million cows, with a production level in red at that time, 2.5 to 3,000 kilograms per cow. By 2000, the number of cattle decreased to become less than 9 million, and the production and the productivity tripled. This is a little bit old slide. Now they have more than 10,000 kilograms. By reducing the number and increasing the production, they can gain in feed cost, maintenance, and so on. Look what happened to the majority of countries, and I take here the case of Tunisia. Our native breeds do not perform well, and we are forced to meet the demand of our population. So countries imported high-yielding breeds. Look at the case of Tunisia in the 70s with 500,000 cows. At that time, 94% were native and only 6% were imported exotics. By 2020, we still have 500,000 cows, but the composition changed. 56% are imported exotics, and the remaining 44% are crosses. And we are losing our beautiful native ecotypes that I have taken, I guess, 30 or 35 years ago. Gap number 3. The majority of the developing countries fail to take the advantage of the world strategy that is already going on. This world strategy has a structure. You have the Commission of Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. You have the Intergovernmental Technical Working Groups, FAO, and then you have regional focal points in animal genetic resources, national focal points in animal genetic resources, national consultative committees of animal genetic resources. This structure is working in developed countries, but it is not working in, I'm sorry to say it again, in developing countries. And developed countries are the ones who are taking the lead in this world strategy, and we are only followers. 3 pathways to reduce these gaps. The first pathway, I call it the light pathway. It's raising awareness and building capacity. I guess raising awareness on the importance of national and regional strategies in animal genetic resources, sustainable use and conservation is very important. Backing up national focal points, establishing or strengthening regional focal points in animal genetic resources, organizing specialized workshops on how to carry inventories of existing animal genetic resources, conservation, sustainable use, benefit sharing, international conventions, protocols, and mechanisms on biodiversity. Why not building capacity through training by backing up potential national institutions and university to train and form real animal breeders to do the job? And it is easy to reduce also the gap in genetic evaluation tools by training. In the normal path that developed countries are taking. There are 3 phases identified. We can quick the speed and allow our region to master and be trained in genetic evaluation models using phenotypes and pedigree. So we can reach 2009 of the developed countries quick. Then we can work normally in phase 2, in normal phase, because many countries now are investing in molecular and genomics. And then if we combine these 2, we can aim high and we start establishing reliable animal breeding strategies. Pathway number 2, the adoption of what I call the sustainable use and conservation strategy model, which is a governance model that relies on 5 pillars: inventories and characterization, conservation, sustainable use, organization, building capacity. Conservation, like I said earlier, in situ, ex situ live, gene banks, sustainable. This is extremely important. I mean, we can create and make progress through selection, but we have to define real breeding goals to our native breeds and implement recording systems and implement genetic and genomic evaluation models, disseminate superiority of genes. And when we do crossing, we need to do planned crossing. The organization also is very simple to implement. You can start with the nucleus, then multipliers, and then you can serve the remaining population. And think of formation of breed organizations. That is very important. Look here, this is a very simple example in sheep. I mean, with only 500 females and 7,000 females, you can run a program that serves more than 122,000 ewes. It is simple. I mean, all you do is you need to know what you are doing. Now, the pathway number 3, and I see it really as a recommendation, an applied recommendation. I see the Organization of Islamic Cooperation through the Islamic Organization for Food Security, through the Islamic Development Bank. You can run a plan of action through South-South and triangular cooperation on this very important topic of the seminar, animal genetic resources, sustainable use strategies, and conservation. All the ingredients are there. All you do is back up the existing and overcome the weaknesses by really backing up the regional or sub-regional focal points and national focal points in animal genetic resources, while connecting potential international and regional agencies like FAO, AUIBAR, ACSAG, the Arab Organization of Agriculture Development. This is a very important roadmap in the future. Let me finish with some thoughts. Animal genetics as science is very exciting. That made me wrote 2 books, one in French and one in Arabic. It is extremely important to work with animal genetic resources, especially with farmers, involving policy makers. It is essential when it is done in a livestock value chain framework. It is important to work with smallholders. If you take women as your targets and youth, because they are guarantors of success, especially in social business model. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, dear Professor Jamali, for this wonderful presentation. I'm learning a lot about the animal genetic resources. If I may summarize your speech, it was really amazing. To the major reason and the gaps between the developed countries and the underdeveloped countries and OIC particularly, the major gap is the productivity and a very low productivity of the livestock and of the breeding we have. So we have to put a plan, as you mentioned, in 3 key pathways. And I think raising the awareness of this topic, adopt an animal genetic resources sustainable strategy and program. And the latest one is an action plan. And here I think IOFS could play a major role to coordinate all these plans and these strategies all over UIC. Thank you very much again, Professor Jamali, and we will pass to the second speaker, who will
Dr. Mohammed Ali.
Yes, please.
If you could request participants to open camera and make the group photo.
I already sent on the chat a message to everyone. So if everyone could open his camera to have a group photo for the speakers, please. My second speaker will be Dr. Abed Mohammed Al-Bilal. He is the Vice Chairman of Agriculture Research and Extension Authority, ARIA, National Coordinator for the Management of Animal Genetic Resources in Yemen. He is specialist of the animal breeding and genetic resources. Today, he will be talking about the current status of animal genetic resources of agricultural animals in Yemen. Dr. Abed, the floor is yours, and you have 15 minutes as the organizer have updated me with. Dr. Abed?
Okay, thank you very much for this conference. I would like to thank all organization this conference. Let me share my my topic is the current status of animal genetic resource of agriculture animals in Yemen. This topic just brief what about in Yemen. Yemen Republic lies in the southwest of the Arabian Peninsula with total area of 45.45 million hectares, of which about 3% cultivated area, 64% desert, mount and urban area, 33 pasture and wildlands. The population is 27 million, of which 77 is rural population. In Yemen, there are three main agro-climatic zones: the highlands regions, the coastal area regions, the eastern plateau regions. As the map shown, within each zones there are sub-zones. There are 14 sub-zones have been divided based on quantity of rain. As the map shown, rains come in two main seasons, February through May and July through October. Rainfall range from less than 50 millimeter annually in the coastal plains to more than 1,000 millimeter annual in the southern mountains. Contribution of livestock in Yemen economic. Livestock was estimated to contribute approximately 12% to the national agricultural production and 3% of the total national GDP. According to statistical for 2019, showed that meat, milk, and table eggs covered 60%, 43 and 100% respectively of the domestic demand. The balance is important. State of livestock genetic resource in Yemen, according to the 2019 agriculture census, the sheep is 9.7 million goats and goats 9.5 million, represent approximately 45 and 44% of animal population, while cattle estimated 1.8 million and camel 0.5 million accounted for only 9 and 2% of this population. The total of population estimated at 21.3 million represent 30.6% for Western Asian ruminants population. State of animal genetic diversity. Yemen has rich and diverse genetic resource with some of the best breeds of dual purpose and resistance to harsh environmental conditions. Most of the indigenous breed of cattle excel in longevity, fitness, and offer lifetimes productivity than the temperature breed. Some indigenous breeds are on the decline. For the exotic breed, there is no introduced cattle breed. One introduced cattle, 2 for of rabbits, and 6 of commercial chicken. According to the first report of animal genetic resource in Yemen, there are 35 local breeds for all species which are all adapted to local environment. For cattle, we have 2 breeds. For goats, we have 8 sheep. We have 11 breeds. Most widespread breeds is is the Yemeni wheat, and last is berry. Most wheat spread goats at breeds is the Jabali, and the list is Sordidi. For goat, most wheat spread is cattle or what called Zibo. For local breeds at risk in Yemen, horse population is approximately 1,337, which means that all breeds could be at risk of extinction. Socotra cattle, which is present in the island of Socotra, the population estimated with 2,000 to 5,000. Also, local chicken breeds, donkey breeds, camel breeds, and rabbit breeds could be very shortly at risk unless programs are put in place to conserve them. The major reasons behind heritage loss: first one, non-adoption of breeding plan and unrestricted interbreeding among different breeds, degradation of ecosystem, taken marketing requirement, disease, and natural disaster. Last, political unrest and war and instability. This picture, this photos when the current the conflict in Yemen. This photos shows some horses killed during the conflict, the current conflict in Yemen. Policies, strategies, program, and previous practice related to animal genetic resource. For policies, there is the livestock production law, and it is executive regulation of 2004 that aims to protect and develop livestock to the economic levels, but this law does not deal with animal genetic resource in all aspects: conservation and sustainability, use, and benefit share. For strategies, in fact, a clear strategy to develop animal genetic resource is almost completely absent, but it has been referred to within different strategies, such as Ministry of Agriculture and Irrigation Strategy, Agriculture Research Strategy, Biodiversity Strategy. Program maintenance and conservation for animal genetic resource still now, according to Agriculture Research Strategy, efforts in animal genetic resource concentrate mainly on characterization of small local breeds, improving nutrition for ruminants, improving the management of natural pasture, and genetic improvement of local breeds for sheep, goats, and poultry. But even this information still needs much updating and preparing a strategy for characterization and conservation at national levels. The state of national capacity related of animal genetic resource, Ministry of Agriculture and Irrigation is concerned the body responsible for the regulation of animal genetic resource affairs through the General Directorate of Animal Wealth and Agriculture Research and Extension Authority. For General Directorate for Animal Wealth, we have one national veterinary lab and 3 regional labs. Also, we have 200 animal production specialists. For Agriculture Research and Extension Authority, we have 8 research stations, 3 research centers, 1 training center. For this institution, we have 350 researchers have PhD or MSc or BSc. For university, for College of Agriculture and mid-levels School for Agriculture and Veterinary. Breed characterization, Despite some study has been conducted on some breeds, strains, more information is still not available about this breed, and there are many of the local breeds are unknown in Yemen. For cattle, one breed characterized. For sheep, we have 5 breeds characterized. For cattle, only 2 characterized. The rest of breeds are not characterized and or identified. And some information about for this breed. Now breed strain which we have characterized. There are 2 breeds of cattle. One of them is Zibo, which also called Yemeni cattle. The breed would spread all over the country with estimated population of 1.8 million. Second breed of cattle is Socotra, which present in the island of Socotra with an estimated population of 4,000 to 5,000. Breed of sheep. All sheep in Yemen have fat tail, although the conformation of the tail varies considerably. There are 11 breeds of sheep, of which 5 are wool and 6 are hair types. Some of them are characterized and others have limited information. For example, Berry, White, Yemeni, White, and Sea breeds spread in the high south region. Black, bony, green animal breeds spread in northwest of Yemen. Tahami breed is this strain is most prevalent in the Republic and spread in coastal area. It is meeting seasonality, and the twins rate are high, around 40%. Marbi or Najdi breed, it is spread in the eastern plateau of the country, Marib and Al Jof governorates, and it is large size and high milk production. Gennady, it is spread in the southern highlands and Tez governorate of the country, as the photo shown. Goats breed. All the goats in Yemen could be classed as small and short-eared. Atak and Thamud breeds in the southern of Yemen. Black Tez and Jabali breeds spread in the highlands of Yemen. Sordid, Mori, Shragi breeds in the northern.
Dr. Abed? Dr. Abed, we can't hear you. Hello? I think we have problem with Dr. Abed. Okay, he's back. Dr. Abed, we can't hear you. Dr. Abed, can you hear me, please?
Hello?
Yes, please.
Camel for breeds of the 100 camel have been recognized, although they described in relative terms as large. Small Yemeni camels are generally small in absolute terms. Last slide, national priorities. Did you hear me?
Yeah, please continue.
Last slide, national priorities for the development, utilization, and conservation of animal genetic resource, preparing strategic plans and legislation related to development, utilization, and conservation of animal genetic resource, establishing a database for farm animal genetic diversity, training and capacity building of local staff working in the livestock sector, and collaborating with regional and international organizations in that regard, conducting surveys on local breeds and their geographical distribution, providing need financial resource for the execution of plans and programs of the maintenance of animal genetic resource and improving their utilization and development. Last, introducing modern techniques in animal breeding and increasing animal productivity. Thank you. And hello, thank you.
Yes,
thank you very much for all.
Thank you, Dr. Abed, for this wonderful presentation about a case study, I would say.
Sorry for the internet. Is have problem. We have problem in Yemen.
No problem. So if I may summarize, the animal genetic resources and the livestock represents 3% of the GDP of Yemen, while agriculture represents 12%. 21 million sheep, mostly sheep and goat. The most important in your presentation, I would say most important point was that the local breed are in decline. And this is due to the non-adoption of a national breeding plan in Yemen. And I think this is in line with what Professor Jamali was saying about this strategic and plan for each country to increase the breeding and to better the breeding. My next speaker is from Turkey, and he is Dr. Sirez Oz. He is the coordinator of General Directorate of Agricultural Research and Policies, Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry of Turkey. Today, his presentation is about the role of animal genetic resources in ensuring food security and improving livestock production. Dr. Sirez, if I spell very well, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me share the screen. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, please.
Just a moment. Let me enlarge the screen.
If you, yes,
yeah.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the beginning, I'd like to thank the organization secretariat for their efforts to take place this workshop. Subsequently, I'd like to welcome all participants on behalf of the Turkish Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, and I wish all the participants a fruitful workshop. Today, I'm gonna briefly mention about the role of animal genetic resource ensuring food security and improving livestock production. Here in this page, the key points I'm gonna discuss today are listed. We will begin with a glance to the current state of world's and Turkey's animal genetic resource. Then we will continue with the factors treating food security elaborately. And we will sum up with the role of animal genetic resource in ensuring food security and improving livestock production. Dear colleagues, as you well know, approximately 9,000 of livestock breeds exist at some point in the world throughout the history. 7% of those breeds are classified as extinct. 13% of those breeds are currently not at risk, and the risk status of nearly 54% of those are not known. And the loss of global livestock biodiversity is, as you know, at an alarming state. And this situation directly affects on food security and sustainable production. As I summarized in the previous page, while there is no information for around 54% of global livestock breeds risk status, around 26% of them possesses various levels of risks. Given the local breeds' remarkable ability to have resistance against harsh environmental conditions like droughts, feed shortages, high temperatures, diseases, these animals with admirable abilities might be disappeared, which seriously risks our ensuring the future's livestock production. In this page, here I'd like to give brief insight into Turkey's ANGR risk status. As can be seen in the table, among a total of 153 breeds, 47 of them are classified at risk. And what we are doing to conserve them is to we've been conducting a national program which involves conservation and breeding of those breeds. As you can see in this map, with the breeds and the provinces, conserving program is being conducted in Turkey. In this regard, large and small ruminant, poultry, and apicultural native breeds, even the silkworm lines, that have inadequate number of populations according to the FAO's risk status classifications, are under this in situ conservation program. On the other hand, some sheep, goat, and buffalo breeds, which have adequate numbers of populations for obtaining the genetic improvements, are under a breeding program. It's all under this umbrella project, national project. Furthermore, two gene banks, as you see in the center and the northeastern part of Turkey, two gene banks were established for conservation purpose of native animal genetic resource. When it comes to the factors relating to food security, when we discuss about the factors treating food security under the ANGR frame, first item that comes to mind is the rapid population growth. It's estimated that the world population will reach 11.3 billion in 2100s, which was 5.3 billion in the 1990s. Additionally, it's reported that nearly 800 millions of people faced hunger in 2020. It's obvious that in order to feed this rapidly increasing population adequately and balanced, it's necessary to use food and water resources effectively. In this context, here in tables, you see the global undernourishment and food insecurity status that demonstrate the population distribution based on the regions. It can easily be evaluated that undernourishment and food insecurity are in an increasing trend, particularly continents that mostly composed of developing and less developed countries. The second and maybe the most topical issue, I suppose, the climate change. Distinguished guests, as we all are observing, our world has been facing the harsh effects of climate change. Particularly in Turkey, forest fires, floods, alterations in seasonal precipitations happened in recent times and have caused the cars of trees and cultivated plants to turn to ash, as well as hundreds of farm animals burned to death. And the worst scenario is that the related experts have been warning public opinion all over the world that the situation will be more worsened very soon. Sorry. One of the, as you know, one of the most crucial effects of climate change is drought, which influences not only the human beings, but also all living things. In this regard, since accessible clean water resources are diminishing day by day, beef production is expected to go towards less water consuming livestock breeds. Distinguished guests, as you see in this table, beef production requires the highest water consumption, around 15.400 liters obtaining per kilogram of meat. That's why it's essential to more focus on water security, which is among the most threatening item for the future of livestock sector. Therefore, the future of livestock sector will be addressed determining the drought-resistant breeds and genetically improving them for sustainable usage. Sorry. Esteemed colleagues, there has been a trend towards the consumption of the climate-smart foods that have low carbon and water footprints, particularly in developed countries. As a result, especially the amount of water consumed in the beef production process and the high carbon emissions cause other agricultural products to be preferred. Therefore, the future of the livestock sector depends on native animals that consume less water and the transfer of relevant genes. For instance, as a result of a research carried out in Turkey, we succeeded in transferring the double muscle gene from a breed that is at the front with its beef characteristics to a disease-resistant native breed using biotechnological methods named myostatin introgression. As you see in the upper picture, left one is the purebred and the right one purebred native breed, and the right one is the crossbred, and you can easily observe the muscle structures in the right one. And the below one, the below picture also crossbred animal shown, and you can also easily see the muscle structure and at the back of the animal. One of the another negative effect of climate change is also global warming. It has negative effect on both agricultural production and yield. And this bidirectional relationship has been mentioned a lot of articles, and it's undeniable truth that both have detrimental effect on each other. While climate change leads to the loss of productivity and adaptation, extinction of the breeds, and enteric fermentation derived from livestock sector accounts for around 14% of total anthropogenic GHG emissions. As you can see in this page, the contribution of agricultural production to the GHG emission has increased 16% between 2000 and 2017. The good news is that there is a variation among the ANGR regarding GHG emissions, which enables us to select within breeds, between breeds, and among species. As you can see in this table, beef production contributes on almost 10 times higher GHG emissions than poultry, or 2.5 times higher than the lamb in terms of 1 kilogram meat production. Therefore, alternative meat production strategies can be considered regarding GHG emissions, which are also ensured by the high variety within the ANGR. And I suppose last but not least factor, the loss of biodiversity. ANGR basically consists of thousands of years of genetic diversity accumulation and local adaptation with mutations, migration, genetic drift, natural and artificial selection, as well as genetic isolation. Massive losses of diversity have been undergone at species, breed, and within breed level. The reasons of loss of biodiversity are most local breeds are under risk of extinction, mainly due to the less productivity and profitability. And excessive use of exotic breeds has been limiting the genetic variation. And the excessive use threatens local breeds due to the short-term high profitability. But when it comes to the long-term, loss of local biodiversity and adaptation will lead to endangered profitability and sustainable production. Oh, sorry, the last one is the pandemic. As you know, the COVID-19 has shown that pandemics have severely impacted access to food in the developing world, especially in those countries that are highly dependent on the imports of animal and plant-originated food. Serious food crises were experienced. Food supply chains in those countries were interrupted, and people's livelihoods and food security threatened. Unfortunately, more pandemics expected in the near future. Risks clearly observed during the COVID-19 pandemic on the four components of the food security, which are ranked as availability of food, access to food, utilization of food, and the stability of access. What can we can now summarize the role of ANGR for food security and sustainable production. Currently, majority of world livestock source production is based on 5 species, which are the big 5, named as big 5: the cattle, sheep, goat, chicken, and pig, among approximately 40 livestock species. Again, majority of the production is derived from nearly 1,000 major transponder breeds at the expense of the others that are around 8,000 breeds. However, greater genetic diversity and variation is essential for sustainable production under the current bottlenecks and possible future challenges, such as alleviating the effect of climate change, providing foundations for sustainable production for growing human population, and tackling immediate effects of pandemic and related production crises. Distinguished guests, animal breeding and genetic improvement via artificial selection is crucial for sustainable animal production. For cumulative genetic improvement, greater genetic variability is essential, both in the basis of among breeds and within breed. Thus, with higher diversity, it's possible to create herds with higher yield per animal, meat, milk, and fleece, to find disease-resistant animals with better longevity and those that are adapted to a wide range of environments. The advantages of locally adapted genetic reserves are better in terms of tolerating climatic conditions, the type of digestibility of feed resources, and disease stress. Production environments are quite diversified throughout the world, so the genetic variability must be equally diverse to warrant sustainable production over decades. Highly variable genetic material is the most needed to underpin and further develop production. productivity and sustainability in various production environments under various threats. Esteemed colleagues, in conclusion, increasing the number of globally benefited species and breeds of livestock production will contribute livelihoods of people at local, national, and global level. Additionally, increased productivity per animal as a contribution to the sustainable production is highly dependent on the genetic variability of ANGR. On the other hand, sustainable production also promotes the use of locally adapted robust breeds for different local environmental conditions. Finally, high ANGR diversity itself is the assurance for feeding the future for unprecedented environmental threats and bottlenecks. I thank you for your kind attention. Any questions, contributions, or statements will kindly welcomed. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your microphone is off, I suppose.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation, Dr. Siraj.
Cesar.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wonderful presentation about the role of animal genetic resources and food security. If I may summarize, you have been summarizing this at the end of the presentation, but if I just some highlights, you said that especially in Turkey, almost the third of the livestock are at risk, and you are taking some measures. You said that major vulnerability is coming from climate change. And you highlighted that the water security is a major concern because you showed a graph where the livestock or the cow and the bovine meat is using
beef production.
The sheep and goat is using like 7,500 liter per kilo produced. This is really an important insight for me. While you said the loss of biodiversity and the pandemic has been impacting the livestock and the animal genetic resources. Thank you very much again, Dr. Siraj, for your presentation, and we will be going to the next speaker, Dr. Osama Muhammad Salah Youssef. He is an independent expert in animal genetic resources, and he will be talking about the pastoral livestock system in Chad. Dr. Osama, the floor is yours. Dr. Osama? Dr. Osama? The organizer, should we pass to the next speaker, or Dr. Osama to come to the stage? Dr. Osama? Bakichan.
Yes, Dr. Mohammed, I think we can go further. We haven't found him from the participants list.
Okay, so we go to the next speaker. Dr. Gautam Kumar Deb. He is the Principal Scientific Officer in Biotechnology Division in Bangladesh Livestock Research Institute. Dr. Gautam, he will be speaking about management of animal genetic resources in Bangladesh. Dr. Gautam, the floor is yours. You have 15 minutes to make your presentation. Dr. Gutam? In fact, if I may...
We also couldn't find him. Let's pass the floor to Dr. Huda Al-Dosari. We saw her from the participants list.
Okay, تمام.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Let me just 1 second to join.
Yes, Dr. Muhammad Ali, yeah, floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you. So the next speaker will be Dr. Huda Al-Dosari. She's head section of animal researches and agricultural researches in Department, Ministry of Municipality and Environment from Qatar. She will be speaking about giving an overview and options for ruminant genetic resources research and conservation in the state of Qatar. And I think Dr. Jamal, he was mentioning about this action, which is the conservation of the animal genetic resources. The floor is yours, Dr. Huda. You have 15 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like to welcome everybody. And I would like also to thank the Islamic Organization for Food Security for this opportunity to participate in this event. Also, I want to address my colleagues, Dr. Yasser Hassan, consultant of animal genetic resource, and Dr. Abu Bakr Sayed, research in animal production. These are my team whose works together. I want to talk about overview and outlook for ruminant genetic resource research and conservation in the state of Qatar. The scenario of animal genetic resource and stable use, one of the most prominent challenges for future generation will be facing in the impact of climate change and on our daily lives, including food production and the quality of our environment, genetics and diversity genetic diversity of farm animals in the resource for further adaptation of livestock. However, selection is decreasing genetic diversity, while its success depends on genetic viability for further progress. Preserving genetic diversity in animal gene banks is necessary to keep options for the further of animal breeding and contributes to sustainability of animal farming. So let's prepare our future by acting today. What is the problem is less genetic material in the collections of gene bank is transferred into livestock breeding program or a breed conservation program on a yearly basis. In this paragraph, when we are looking to species in Qatar, there is a gap between production efficiency and the species types. So we are looking to increase the food production of animal origin by investing in animal ruminant breeding. What is the status and the trends of animal genetic resource management in the state of Qatar? Our vision, conducting studies, applied research, will be protect the develop for livestock and to provide solution and best practice of the problems and challenge facing the country's animal production sector. Our mandates are to implement research programs that link to evaluation and improvement of the production efficiency by investing in genetic improvement and conservation of national or cosmopolitan animal genetic resources of economic and cultural values. On the other hand, there is 1 point research programs related to animal nutrition and development of animal husbandry system that might enhance production efficiency. What is the thematic pillars for improving production efficiency of ruminant genetic resource? For state of Qatar, we have 3 pillars. Let's go through a quick in it. First one, it is genetic improvement, acclimatization, and conservation, including first point, it is forming nucleus herd. Second one, it is in identification and characterization and evaluation and conservation. The third one, registration, and the fourth one is ex situ. The second pillar is improvement of animal nutrition and husbandry system. And these have a 4 point. It is develop high quality, affordable, and environmentally friendly fodder and alternative for feedings. Determination of feed composition according to age and physiological status of the animal. Improving husbandry and housing system according to the different age groups of the species. That the last one is a developing animal feed processing methods in cooperation with the relevant authorities in the country. The third pillars contribute to providing technical support to farmers, agribusiness entrepreneurs by providing database with integrated information related to upscales the productive efficiency and sustainable utilization of animal genetic resource in the country. Also by participate in proposing regulation and legislative framework for the development of livestock production sector. The last one, encouraging and dismantling best practice related to increase of production, productivity, and conservation of animal genetic resources. What is the proposed outlook for animal genetic resources for conservation and sustainable use for IOFS member state that we have to suggest for our hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you well.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Because it is give me sign it is muted. So the proposed, our suggestion is why not we to work together in this umbrella for IOFS member state why not to work together under this umbrella to need to officially recognize regional gene banks for conservation goals and set up specific measures to facilitate the use of gene bank materials. Also, sorry for this. Yes, and the second one, the use of gene bank materials should not compromise action aimed to securing long-term conservation of the genetic diversity and collection. More cooperation that we hope between IOFS members. Gene bank should be supported in order to decrease the overall cost of gene banking for a given number of breeds and to exchange knowledge and protocols between gene banks. Also, gene bank collection need to be better documented by increasing the available genomic and phenotypic data in order to facilitate their use by breeders. Initiatives for introducing specific traits from genetic collections into commercial breeding programs should be supported, in particular for increasing the adaptation of current livestock population to different environments and change in production system. Last slide, I want to talk about the expected socioeconomic impact of a proposed outlook for animal genetic resource conservation and sustainable use for IOFS member state. We optimizing the cost of gene banking would allow to increase long-term storage capacity for endangered populations or rare genotypes for a given total budget, and improving the management of local breeds thanks to gene banks will contribute to maintain human population and economic activity in rural communities and these organization members. Future research programs on genomics should be focused on acclimatization of animal genetic resource to environmental conditions caused by climate change and by transition detected by ecological principles. That's all what I have, and thank you again for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Huda, for your wonderful presentation on Qatar animal genetic resources conservation. And I would say that if I may summarize your presentation, that Qatar is using 3 pillars to have a plan for the conservation of animal genetic resources. The first one is the genetic improvement, acclimatization, and conservation. The second is improvement of the animal nutrition and husbandry. The third pillar is how to contribute providing support to farmers and agribusiness. I think the last pillar is the most important in OIC countries, because without the farmer and the agribusiness entrepreneurs, we cannot do anything. As I came back to the first presentation of Dr. Jamali, who was saying it's with the farmers that we can conserve and we can better and we can develop the biodiversity of the breedings. Thank you very much again, Dr. Huda. We will come back now to Dr. Gudam, who was a little bit absent for some moment. Dr. Gautam Kumar, who will be next speaker. He is the Principal Scientific Officer of Biotechnology Division in Bangladesh Livestock Research Institute. He will be speaking about management of animal genetic resources in Bangladesh. Dr. Gautam, the floor is yours. You have 15 minutes, please.
Thank you, dear Chairman and distinguished participant. I am okay?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So I welcome you all in my presentations. You already presentation of sharing person.
Dr. Gautam?
Yeah, I am going to start. So I welcome you all in my presentations. On management of animal genetic resources in Bangladesh. So what we are doing here, I want to share with all of you. So first of all, I welcome, feel grateful to the Islamic organization for food safety to invite us to share our experiences with these valued persons. So I am working in the Bangladesh Livestock Research Institute, is an autonomous research institute working in Bangladesh under the Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock. So let's start. We are celebrating the Mujib years, the 100 years of birth of our Father of Nations. So this is of Bangladesh. So we are located surrounding India and Myanmar. So about 166 million people are living in this about 150,000 square kilometer land. We are very crowded country, and our population growth is about less than 1%, and about 75% of the people here have literacy, and our per capita income is about $2,200 per year. So the animal genetic resource is, we have a rich diversified animal genetic resources in Bangladesh, and they are our cultural heritage, and it was the means of livelihood since long period and it used as a food, source of food, fuel, manure, family income, and so other issues, and was another important issues. Livestock played role as a dowry in the earlier Bangladesh during wedding in the village areas. And it's also the social identity. The people who have a large number of livestock in their homestead, they are thought that they are the prestigious peoples in the society. But now the day changes, and common animal genetic resources we used in the livestock sector is cattle, buffalo, goat, sheep, horse, pig, chicken, duck, geese, and fish, and these are commonly used in all over the country. And we also have dog and cat. They are our homestead animals, and we have also elephant, deer, tiger, goel in our forest areas. And most of the NGRs are indigenous in type with few crossbred. I will talk it later. And the interesting that most of the people's NGRs are raised in small scale farmers and in subsistence farming with very low to minimum input systems, and about 15% animals are reared in high input production system, that means in commercial farming systems. Our peoples are shifting their farming from subsistence to commercial farming nowadays. And we have some scarcity in breeding males in the villages for breeding purpose, and therefore AI is becoming popular, and AI for cattle is available all over the country. And for buffalo, we started buffalo AI in a limited scale, and we are trying to spread it out throughout the country. And our poultry have get commercial momentum. So layer and broiler farming is increasing over the years. And one problem in our farming system is the indiscriminate crossbreeding program in cattle, goat, chicken, and duck. This is because you know that we have a number of peoples, and our protein requirement is too high because people's income is increasing. Therefore, government have emphasized to increase the productivity of our indigenous animal through crossbreeding in last couple of years. So what about the roles of the NGR in our national economy? If you see that the populations of livestock species is steadily increasing, because you know that we are a Muslim country, and about 90% of the population are Muslim. Hence, every year during Eid al-Adha, we sacrifice about 10 million of animals. So therefore, and other animals are slaughtered in other throughout the years. So therefore, we need a number of cattle, buffalo, goat, and sheep for religious purposes. So the population is remaining steady over the years. And the livestock sector is contributing in our GDP is about 1.43% in our national GDP. This GDP rate of GDP is decreasing in the share of livestock, but the volume of livestock activity is increasing over the year at the rate of 3%, indicating that the Bangladesh economy is shifting from agricultural areas to industrial issues. But livestock is still playing important roles in our economy. It is the source of direct employment of 20% peoples in the villages, and indirectly another 40% peoples are involved with this animal genetic resources. And it's also as a source of fuel for 20% villages. You know that in Bangladesh, still we are using the natural sources for cooking in our rural village areas, and livestock and other wastes are used as a fuel in 20% cases. And it's also a good source of organic fertilizer in Bangladesh. And in total GDP, the dairy sector's contribution is about 19%, and beef contribution is about 61%, and hide, skin, and eggs of other contributions among the livestock shares. And if you see this graph, you will find that the cattle is the most, cattle including buffalo is the most important species in our national economy, because its role is very high in terms of meat and milk productions. And if we see the roles of the sector in our nutritional security, then we can see that the meat and egg productions is increasing over the last couple of years, and it's about more than 3 times increase in last 10 years. We increase our productions, and this is the we are now sufficient in meat and egg production to meet the demand minimum requirement of our peoples, but we are far behind in the egg milk productions, and government now it is given more emphasis on increasing milk productions. I will talk later. So this is we are fighting to meet our minimum requirement, national requirement for milk, and I already talked that we are sufficient in meat and egg production, but we have to increase this production because our population's number is increasing. At the same time, the nutritional and incomes of our people is increasing over the years. This is also indicating, you know, that if the income is increased, then we have to increase the consumption of milk, meat, and egg. So our government is also giving emphasis to increase the further production of this livestock producers in our country. So what's the biodiversity we have in Bangladesh? If you look at this, the major ruminants is cattle and buffalo, and a small ruminant among goat, sheep, and if you go for poultry, chicken, duck, and quail is the major species. On the other hand, we have some other species, but we don't have their details database in our systems. They are playing roles in quarterly throughout the country in some cases. So if we look at the cattle genetic resources, we have 3 types of cattle genetic in our countries. Indigenous, most of them are, one is called nondescript Deshi. They have no identical characteristics and yet not characterized. And we have some localized variety, or sometimes we call breed, like Chittagong cattle. It's found in the southern part of Bangladesh, and Pabna milking cattle, it is in the North Bengal grey cattle. These 2 cattle are found in the northern Bangladesh, and Nushinguzo cattle, it is in the middle of the Bangladesh. These are the indigenous cattle, and their milk production is around 4 to 5 liters per day. But the good important thing is that they give regular calf. Every years they give a calf in the fluctuating nutritional condition. And we have also exotic germplasm. So that was Jersey. We started with Jersey, but now we shifted to Holstein Friesian crossbreeding in our country. Most of the crossbreed in our country are under Holstein Friesian with local. And we also have Sahiwal, and last couple of years we are using Brahma for increasing beef production in the country. But the government, it's creating some problem in our dairy system. So And now we stop Brahma crossbreeding in our country. And these are the crossbred. You can see the different combination of crossbred, but most important one is Palestinian Frisians with indigenous and in our country. Others have very not significant numbers. And I already told that the indigenous cattle have some good quality features. They are lower in body size, hence they need lower feed, and their resistance to indigenous local diseases and parasites compared to our exotic Zamplasm, and adaptable with wide range of environment and thrive well with fluctuating nutrition. Even they have no food today, but their milk production will continue. And lower calf mortality and high phenotypic and genetic variations, their production range is high, and they are regular breeders, and they can utilize the very low quality roughages. We use the rice straw is the very important and common roughage source in our country. But this indigenous cattle is suffering some problems because there is no very rare pools are available in the breeding tract in the village level, and therefore people are going to the national crossbreeding systems, and lack of plan initiative for sustainable conservation and development program for most of the breeds. Some of the breeds we already bring into the conservation program and genetic improvement program, but most of them are out of the research program. And farmers want high milk within short period of time. That's also important issues in our country we are facing. And you can see these are the indigenous cattle genotypes we are conserving at our research institute. This one is called Papua milking cattle. So this cattle is average milk production is around 5 to 6 liters per day, and the bulls give 400 to 450 kg measure weight in 3 years. And this one is we call reproduction cattle. This name is come from their localities, and the cow is about 200 to 220 kg measure weight, and they produce milk about, even average milk production is 4 to 5 kg, but there are some cows those give 8 to 9 liter milk per day. And we are trying to exploit this germplasm for our rural peoples. And this is another indigenous germplasm. We call it Munshigan's cattle. And this also gives 4 to 5 liter milks, but they have some good populations. Their milk production also 6 to 7 liter per day. So we are conserving this germplasm over the years, and we have improved their performance to some extent. But we also have some crossbreeding program to develop some big type cattle in our country, and we are using Limousin, Charolais, Simmental, Brahman. We are trying to, this one is be good one for our country conditions. And if you look at there, we have also different types of buffaloes in our country. Most of them are indigenous and river type indigenous, and we have very few swarm type buffalo, and we have some crossbred among river and swan type buffalo in our country. And most of the buffaloes in our country are available in the coastal regions and in shoreline areas in the surrounding big rivers of the country. And their milk production is very low, but people are rearing them because they are not supplying any additional food unless whatever they are getting in the shoreline or in the coastal regions, they are surviving on that and giving birth and no extra care. So people are happy with that issues. And we have the goat is our second important species in our country because the goat meat is very interesting to both religious peoples. And we have indigenous goat like Black Bengal, we call it Black Bengal goat, and we have Jamunapari. And we are nowadays we are using some exotic germplasm like beetle, boyer for crossbreeding with our to check whether it's suitable for crossbreeding with our indigenous or not. And we have also some sheep population, like we call them as nondescript, and we have the Garol, a variety of sheep found in our country. And nowadays we are trying to adapt exotic symplasm like Dhamara, Perendel, Suffolk, Nagpuri in our country to increase our meat productions. And I already told that the Black Bengal goat is very famous for its quality, skin and tasty, but their milk production is very low. And government is trying to conserve this Black Bengal goat in 5 government farms and in private sectors. This is the Black Bengal buck, and and we are using in semi-intensive management system here in our institute. And they give birth 2 to 5 kids per calving, per kidding. So they are highly prolific. And these are the exotic. These are also the Black Bengal goat. They have some different coat color. And this is the Jamunapuri goat, and this is the Boa goat in our research farm. And our sheep is also in indigenous types. We have the Kerala, and we tried several times to adopt Lohi from Pakistan, Romney Mash, Suffolk, and Perendel from New Zealand, but we did not get any success in our country. And these are the indigenous sheep found. They have some differences in our different locations of the country. There are some found in coastal regions, and there are barren regions in the northern part and in the middle part of the country. And these are the exotic symplasms we are trying to adopt in our country for crossbreeding and pure breeding. So pig genetic pig, you know that this Muslim countries, the pig is not very common, but some tribal people and Christians people are rearing pigs as of their livelihood and for meat purposes. And nearly all pigs in Bangladesh are indigenous, and they keep under either nomadic or grazing conditions. And we have one government house for pig rearing in our hill tract regions. You know, the hill tract region is this with the tribal peoples, those who are associated with pig farming. So this is of our indigenous pig populations, and horse is another important species, but nowadays the use of horse is declining because it was used for carting and draught purposes, but now most of the cases we have mechanization. So it is nowadays used in the riding and sport transportation and draught power in carting, pulling and agriculture works in some part of the countries, but not common throughout the country. And most of the breed are indigenous types, but our army and police forces, they have some exotic breed for their purposes. These are our indigenous horse genotypes found in all over the white country. And chicken, this we have 3 types of chickens: indigenous chicken, and exotic, and crossbred one. So nondescript, we have 3 defined breed. One is Asil and Hili. Asil is for fighting, and Hili is for meat types. And this nondescript, there is no genetic defined characteristics, and naked neck is also for egg productions. And we have a number of exotic symplasms, and we're using them for crossbreeding and something like. And this is of our indigenous chicken varieties, and this is Asils for fighting, and these are exotic chicken breed. And we also have different types of duck symplasm, and most of them are indigenous in nature. And but now some people are using Indian Brahma, Khaki Campbell, Jennings for duck farming in private sectors. These are for indigenous duck breed. Now we come to how we are managing this NGRs in our country. You know that in government, we have the Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock, who deals all the issues of livestock sectors. And this Ministry of Fisheries, I have only talked with the livestock part. They have also the fisheries section in different way, but we have two major organizations in livestock sector. One is Department of Livestock Services. They are the main body of the government. They are the regulatory body, and they provide all sort of services to the farmers, government, and all other stakeholders, including technology extensions, treatment, vaccination, and so other issues. And Bangladesh Livestock Research Institute, I'm working here with autonomous organization dedicated for research. And we also support policy support to the government, including some training or other issues. And there are some other partners in our countries, the Bangladesh Milk Producers Cooperative Union Limited, Commercial Foundations, different agricultural universities, and different NGOs are the stakeholder in the livestock sectors. They are also playing very big roles in livestock development of the country. And the government's priorities, the government's, you know that our livestock production is very low. So we are trying to increase the production in three different approaches we are following. One is to conserve our indigenous and improve their performance by selective breeding. And another one is crossbreeding to improve performance of indigenous livestock species, and the introduction of exotic high-yielding breed for commercial farming in our country. Nowadays, the exotic germplasm importation is increasing for commercial dairy, sheep, and other species to meet up the demand of our country peoples. So this is of our different breed. Their production systems. Most of the cattle, non-descriptive cattle, are used in traditional systems, and breast-African cattle nowadays, its production is increased, and it is used in traditional and to some extent in semi-intensive systems. And Pabna, Shigons, exotic, they are intensive and semi-intensive systems. You can find most of cases we are following the traditional farming systems. And if you say that it's about 60% cattle are low input system, and most of them are 30% in medium. And nowadays, the high input farming system is increasing. So this data is our previous years. So this changes is increasing over the years. And you can see in most of the cases, low to medium input farming system is prevailing in our country. And the government has several initiatives in 1930s. We're trying to crossbreeding our indigenous cattle through Indian and Pakistani improved breed. And then 1973, we started crossbreeding programs, and nowadays about 40% of the dairy animals are crossbred cattle. And in 1980 to 1986, we included crossbreeding in chicken. And then in last couple of years, we started crossbreeding in buffalo. And nowadays, our thinking is also to use the purebred animal for farming, commercial farming in our countries. This is also getting popularities. And most of the cases, the attempts of very small scale and limited areas. Beside this, there was several other attempts, but this was in localized, they have no impact on the livestock at all. And right nowadays, on average, 80% of ANGRs are indigenous in nature, and rest of them have crossbred in different level. So we bring the cattle. There are this cattle restricted Shigons, Pabla. These are under research. We bring under research program in buffaloes, non-descriptive buffalo and goat, and we try to include most of the cases, most of the indigenous cattle under research for genetic improvement and conservation program. And our government is trying to extend an artificial insemination coverage in Bangladesh. Right now, it is more than 60% coverage, with including government and private sector. And Bangladesh Milk Producers Cooperative Union Limited is also doing AI throughout the. It's a big milk organization. They have a number of farmers with them, and they are providing the artificial insurance services to their members only.
Dr. Gautam, excuse me.
I'm very close to.
No, we don't. We see only the slide is not moving.
You're not seeing, okay. So is it okay?
It's fixed on only one, the chicken biodiversity. We are seeing.
Okay, let's stop and then share again.
By the way, your time is over, so I will give you 2-3 minutes to conclude, please.
Yes, I'm very close to concluding. It's okay?
It's okay, yes, please.
Okay. So the government has taken several initiatives to make the livestock sector versatile. There have some conservation activities, breed developments, and government is also those ethical people, enclave, coastal, chor area people. Those are related to livestock. The government has several programs to uplift their activities with livestock sector, and we are also trying to make FMD and PFR-free zone in our country, and resource development to manpower development. Government has taken several institutes for diploma in livestock sectors, and government also providing low rate interest for dairy development in our country. And if I summarize, the NGR is key for food security, and government has given attention for development of this sector in Bangladesh, because whenever you go, our dish, we have to have any of the items from livestock sources. So it's a very important sector for our, and government has given high attention in this sector in Bangladesh. And I have to acknowledge our ministry and our institute and I have gratitude to Islamic Organization of Food Security for inviting me in this prestigious moment. So with this, I want to end of my talking. If you have some observations or any query, then I will try to talk about that. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gautam, for this wonderful presentation about how the animal genetic resources are handled and are in Bangladesh. Just a very quick takeaway of your presentation. The animal genetic resources is a source of food, fuel, manure, fertilizer, and mainly family income in Bangladesh. It contributes around 20% direct employment and 40% indirect employment, and 20% for the fuel, which is very, very important. The major livestock is constituted of 70% of cattle, and you said that the food security in Bangladesh, mainly meat, eggs, and milk. Meat and eggs are sufficient, and milk, there is a deficiency in Bangladesh. There is a very diverse livestock breeding, and the government is working to put a strategic plan and to put an action plan to have a very sustainable animal genetic resources. Thank you very much, Mr. Gautam. Just a question about how people use animal the fuel from livestock. This is just a question.
Oh, the people use the cow dung. They make some cake and they sun dry it and then use it for. And in nowadays, the system is changing. That the biogas people are using the use for biogas. It is now increasing, but in earlier it was the cow dung was make cake, sun dried, and then used in our traditional system.
Thank
but
you.
now,
Yes, we will come back at the end of the session to have some highlights and some question for each of the speaker if we have time. We will come to Dr. Osama Muhammad Salah Youssef. He is an independent expert and he will be speaking about the pastoral livestock system in Chad. Dr. Youssef, he was absent.
Ok, bonjour à tout le monde. Donc, je vais essayer donc de me
Good afternoon, everyone. I will try to catch up with the late. Sorry for being late. I had some connection problems. My name is Usman Masnamat. I am agronom and pastoralist. And I am here intervening as the independent expert. I would like to talk about the situation in Chad. My intervention is going to be keen on the question of pasteurization in Chad. Let me check and try to share with you my screen if I can. Dr. Osama, are you still there? I would like just to share with you my screen, if you don't mind. Let me get just a few seconds. You have the share the screen. All you have to do is to click on the button screen share, and then you choose the presentation you want to share. Yes, this is what I'm trying to do. Wait just for 1 minute, please.
Si vous avez un problème, juste envoyez-le à IOFS.
If you have any issue, just send it to IOFS and they will do the sharing for you. Yes, is it better right now? Okay, I will send my presentation afterwards to the IOFS Secretariat. Otherwise, we can go to the next panelist and we will give you necessary time so that you can prepare your presentation so that you can share it with us afterwards. Is that okay with you? Okay, it's okay with me. The presentation is really ready, but I'm just struggling with the sharing it with you on the screen. We will take the last panelist and we will get back to you. And afterwards, we will get back to you, okay? Promise. Okay.
Sorry for this interaction with Dr. We will go now to Dr. Maher Hajiev because Dr. Osama is not ready. His presentation is not yet ready. He will send it to you, Baki-chan, so you can share it. Okay, please. Dr. Maher Hajiev, he's director of the Scientific Research Institute of Animal Husbandry, president of Azerbaijan branch of WPSA, Azerbaijan State Agrarian University. Is veterinary medicine and zoo engineering faculty, associated professor. Professor Maher will speak about the state and assessment of genetic results of agricultural animals of the Republic of Azerbaijan. Dr. Maher, please, the floor is yours. Will you have 15 minutes?
Здравствуйте, спасибо большое. Здравствуйте всем.
Good day. Many thanks. I would like to welcome all the participants of this conference. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to show my presentation on the screen. Status and assessment of genetic resources of agricultural animals in the Republic of Azerbaijan. So currently in our country, as it was assumed since old times, in Azerbaijan, we breed agricultural animals, and people who live in our country who were dealing with breeding, they created quite valuable breeds, and some of them are still alive now. So talking about the territory of Azerbaijan, then it covers 86,000 square kilometers, and it is 112th country in the world in terms of the size of territory. As for the population, it is 10 million people as of June 2021. Also, the territory of Azerbaijan mainly is divided into several climatic zones. Of 12 climatic zones in Azerbaijan, there are about 9 climatic zones, but predominantly the territory includes several of them. For example, we have Lenkoransk area with humid subtropical climate, Kura-Araksinska with dry subtropical climate, as well as the lower zone of Small Caucasus with moderately warm, dry climate. And also we have cold mountainous area. According to the presidential decree of the Azerbaijan Republic about the breeding, some breeds are allowed for use in our country. These are mainly Karabakh horses, the breeds of red cattle, Azerbaijani buffalo. Of 14 breeds, we have 14 breeds of sheep, and also some breeds of chicken and birds that are available in our country. As for the cattle in our country, here we can highlight several types of cattle breeds that are mainly spread in Lenkoransky, Starinsky, Lyriksky, and Masalinsky districts.
They were created as a result of the improvement of the Caucasian cattle of Swiss breed. In Azerbaijan, since 1960s, it has been really common to see one of the subtypes of one of the cattle, which is Azerbaijani zebu, that is usually bred in Lenkoran, Astarin, Lirik, and Masalin areas of the Republic. Meat and milk of Azerbaijani buffalo is one of the best, and it was received as a result of the lengthy selection work. And Azerbaijani buffalo is mostly pastured on the rivers Kura and Aras. According to the Statistical Committee of our Republic, in 2019, the number of the cattle increased by 0.03%, and the number of cows and buffaloes increased by 0.2%. Out of all of the cattle bred in the country, 24.9% are the Shivi type cattle, whereas the 33.4% of these cattle are dark breeds. 6.2% are Simmental breeds, and 5% are brown Caucasian. And buffaloes account for 10.3% of the total cattle in Azerbaijan. As regards the situation as of January 1st of 2021, if we look at the breakdown of cattle by the regions, throughout the Republic, we have about 2,646,000 heads of cattle. In the Republic, there are 1,201,000 cows. And out of them, buffaloes account for 77,000 heads. Mostly, if we look at this breakdown by the regions, we see the diverse number of heads, and one of the common ones are the cows in Aran Autonomous District. We also have a lot of cows in Shekiza Gatali area, there are about 22 to 25% of the entire cattle in this region. As for small cattle, in our republic, there are about 8,189,000 heads, and out of them 7,575,000 heads are sheep, and 613,000 goats. They mostly have very rough wool, and in Nachichevan autonomous area, we see the Balbas, Mazeh, and other breeds of sheep. Mostly our sheep in the Republic are quite common because there are 14 local breeds of sheep in our country, and they are adapted to different climatic conditions in the Republic. For the time being, well, as you probably know, our weather conditions in Azerbaijan are quite diverse, and 5 or 6 breeds of the sheep are on the verge of extinction. That is why the government carries out different studies in order to restore these breeds. And mostly, if we look at the breeds of sheep, well, there are 14 of them, and they're mostly pastured on Ganja-Gazakh, Karabakh, and Absheron areas. We also observe some of them in Shahizagatal, as well as Gubakh, Hajmas, Nakhchivan, Shimkir, Ganja-Kazakh areas of the country. I would like to introduce to you some types of Azerbaijani cattle. These are the local breeds that we observe on the territory of the Republic. This is the Azerbaijani mountain merino that is mostly common in the Ganja-Gazakh area and in the area of Gedabek and Shamkir. The second breed is Bozakh. And it's mostly pastured on Ganja-Gazakh and coastal areas. As for Karadola type of breed, it's mostly spread on Karabakh area, and they constitute the main percentage of the total number of small cattle. As for Karabakh breed, it's one of the most common breeds of sheep in Azerbaijan, and mostly we observe them in Absheron Peninsula. The Absheron breed was discovered quite recently. As for Lizgin, Balbas, and Shervan breeds, these are the breeds with rough wool. We also have Jaro, Gedach, and Mazeh breeds, as well as Tush, Avasi, and Hirik, but there are not so many of them in the Republic. It is really difficult to come across these breeds. Avasi breed was imported in Azerbaijan in 2007. And now we have the mixes of these breeds in all the regions of our country. As for Firih breed, well, they're also quite common. I would like to present this diagram that shows the ratio of different breeds of cattle in the Republic. And we see that 25% of them are Karabakh and Garadolakh breeds, 21% is the Bozakh breed, 13.7% is Charo breed, and 8% is Balbas breed. As for the rest, well, these breeds are smaller in their number. This table also shows the quantity of sheep and goats in the Republic by administrative districts as of January 1st of 2020. So this is the breakdown of sheep and goats by the regions of Azerbaijan, and we see some even distribution. Ganja-Kazakh area demonstrates a large percentage of these breeds. 25 to 30% of sheep and goats are in Ganja-Kazakh. As for phenotypic characteristics of these sheep in Azerbaijan, they are characterized by a big size and weight, and they are characterized by the number of lambs per 100 heads of sheep. It's from 100 to 125 sheep. And as for their productivity, well, the dairy products are quite low due to some viral diseases that these sheep suffer from, but they provide good wool. As for the number of heads of the aboriginal breeds in Azerbaijan, according to our studies and with the help of FAO, we received the results of the studies on some types of sheep in Azerbaijan. And one of the largest breeds are Bozakh sheep, then come Karabakh, Shirvan, Lizgi breeds of sheep. As for other breeds, they are smaller in their number, and probably one of the lowest numbers are observed among Gyodak breed. And throughout the Republic, we have only about 1,511 heads. They are on the verge of extinction. So if we look at horse breeding, out of 250 breeds of horses in the world, only 2 breeds are present in Azerbaijan. It's Karabakh and Dilbazi breeds. As for other 37.7% of existing breeds, these are pure breed and horses, purebred horses, 11.5 pedigree horses and 26.2 purebred horses. Karabakh is one of the breeds of horses that we got in the 17th and 19th century. These are one of the best horses in the entire Republic. We mostly observe them in Karabakh region. Last year, we had the opening of Karabakh horse farm. That's the special farm that was launched last year, and it has up to 200 heads of purebred horses. This is a very modern farm. This is the change dynamics in the number of horses in the Republic by years, and starting from 2011, we observe a practical decrease of the heads of horses down to 62,000 heads. According to the genetic fund in camel breeding in the country, well, it's not, this area is not thoroughly studied, because in our Republic we have about 2,000 heads of camels, mostly in Shabran, Salyan, Geranboy areas of Azerbaijan, and mostly these are one-hump and two-humped camels. We also have some types of buffaloes in the Republic, and our institute received some certain breeds of cattle, such as Azerbaijani buffalo, or Azerbaijani mountain merino that we received in 1948, Azerbaijani brown cattle that we got in 1960s of last century. And practically these are those types of cattle that are demonstrating lower productivity, and there are not so many of them present on the territory of Azerbaijan. This is Azerbaijani Zebu, this is Absheron breed, and Mil Karabakh sheep breed that we got in 2007. As for, I would like to show to you the pictures of our livestock institute. This is the institute that practically deals with different research in the field of livestock breeding, and these are the achievements of our institute. This is the Simmental and Swiss breeds. These are local breeds of sheep that were received as a result of crossbreeding. These are the Hisar breeds. Some of the foreign breeds are also present in the institute. The main areas of work of the institute include the research on the selection and genetics of animals, reproduction and biotechnology of agricultural animals, technologies of feeding animals and poultry, creation and testing of different hybrids, improvement of current breeds of animals and poultry. Our institute also works on protecting the local gene fund, and we've created a special program for 2020 to 2024 to create new breeds of agricultural animals adapted to local conditions. We also are working on the creation of the gene bank, and we are planning to create such a gene bank in our country in the future. We also work on the establishment of the laboratory of embryo transplants, and we mostly pay attention to the creation and conservation of the genetic fund of agricultural animals. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask them. Thank you for your attention.
Dr. Maher.
Dr. Maher, hello. Thank you very much for a very good lecture, for a very good presentation. I would like to ask you about following. Where did you get the Abasi breed? And what was the purpose of importing that breed into the country? Well, mostly Abasi breed was brought from Turkey in 2007 in order to increase the production of dairy and meat products. However, well, this breed proved to be even more effective, but we didn't import a great number of this breed. We mostly had them for the Institute of Livestock Research, and we do not have a lot of them right now. We have smaller populations of this breed. Thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maher, for your presentation about Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan program of breeding and conservation of the local livestock, and create a new one from importing from abroad some other species. Despite the difference of climate change, despite the difference of climate zones in Azerbaijan, you have been working to develop really and to conserve some breeding. So we will be back now to Dr. Youssef from Chad, who will be talking about the pastoral activities of livestock in Chad. Dr. Youssef, the floor is yours. You have 15 minutes, please.
Okay, merci beaucoup, cher tout le monde. Donc,
okay, thank you so much, Dr. Muhammad Ali. I would like to talk to you about the situation in Chad. Can you pass to the next slide, please? This is the plan of my presentation. First of all, I will give you an overview about Chad. The second point, I will give you a presentation about breeding and pastoral breeding in Chad. I will be talking about the different animal aspects. I will be talking about the numbers, the mobility, economic aspects of this breeding. And at the end, I will have a bit talking about the constraints and the general conclusion. Next slide. Yes, thank you. So this is presented, and as you know, this is the card, the geographic card. We have 1,284,000 kilometers square. We are adjacent to Niger, Libya, Sudan, Nigeria, and the Republic of Central Africa. Population, we are 15.1 million of inhabitants according to the last inventory of 2018, and we have 61 million self-hectares pasturing. Next slide, s'il vous plaît. Next slide, please. For the breeding in Chad, We have different systems of breeding. As you can see, we are neighbor. We have neighbor countries that they have a very severe climate condition as ours. You have different images in which you got different types of pastoral breeding. So we see that the system is basically based on the mobility of the tributes and of the people. So it's like nomads. So it's this is what we call the pastoral breeding. So here we have the three pillars, which are the resources, the people, and the breeding itself. Next slide, please. So in terms of numbers, here is the evolution of the situation in Chad between 1970 and 2015 in millions of heads. So in 1970, we had this 5.24 in cattle, and while now we have almost 25 millions. So while in 2015 we got for the numbers of the caprins and the ovens, it's 56.9. So we can see that there is a huge increase in the number of the cattle. So we have 4 times between 2015 and 1975. The evolution have been multiplied by more than 4 times. And the total increase about 7.63% in the number of the cattle in general. We in Chad, we have different climate zones. This is making a lot of stress on the and a lot of pressure on the small exploiters. So we have also different practices that have been developed and have been evolved from 2015-1975. Next slide, please. In terms of the diversity of the breeds, here you have for cattle, we have the following races. We have for the cattle 5 races. We have the Zibo Arab, that is representing 3 to 5, 3 out of 5, so 60% of the total number of the cattle. We have the Zibo Fu, we have the Mboraro, we have the Toran Kuri, and we have the Toran Dama. The Toran Kuri, it's coming only around the lake of the Chad. As for the camels, or for the camels, we have 3, Manga, Tibisti, and the Arab one. For the sheep, we have 2 ones, Sahelian and Ain. Next slide, please. What about the evolution of the pastoral mobility from 1960 till nowadays? Yeah, as you can see, from the north to the south, there is a line of 2,000 kilometers. As for the large, between the extreme south, the extreme east and the west, there is almost 1,000 kilometers. So you see, this is very vast and very large area. You can see the different flows of the mobility that have developed between 1960 till now. So the people, they are even have a tendency to quit their territories to go up to the north, look for the new resources and for the better climate conditions. So when we even attend to what we call transborder and transborders mobility between the Chad and the neighbor countries. Next slide, please.
En termes donc des aspects économiques, comme vous voyez un peu
What
l'importance.
about the economic aspects? If we can see what is the importance of this chapter, we can see that the breeding in Chad is representing 20% of our GDP. We have estimated that we have more than 15,000 billions of FCFA. This is the local currency, which is representing 25 billion of US dollar. This is in nominal value. And it represents more than 51% of the exportation outside of the fuels, and it represents 40% of the population. Next slide, please.
Voilà, en termes donc de principaux marchés. Donc,
what are the main internal breeding markets in Chad? Here you have the different zones of transfer and mobility. We have more than 100 markets inside the country. And we have 5 markets dedicated only to the breeding and to the livestock. And in the region of the north, you see that this is a zone of a very weak collection. Next slide, please. This is the map that is representing the trade of livestock in Chad, but also with the neighbor countries. So you see that the flows, they are going to the places where there is more populations, in Nigeria and Cameroon. We have some other flows with the other neighbor countries, but namely they are with Nigeria, because Nigeria, we have a huge population that is interested in the livestock of Chad. While with the other countries, we are having more sheep and camels, while with Nigeria, it's mainly the cattle, sheep. So sometimes when our livestock is under pressure, at that time you can we decrease the flows of markets from Chad to Nigeria. We have also some flows with Niger, with Central African Republic, and with Cameroon. But this is mainly related to the breeding pastoral. Next slide, please.
Voilà, en termes de chaîne de valeur.
This is a diagram that is representing the value chain. What are the main actors and the distribution of the chain value in the cases of the meats. Here we have the trade of the meat. We have so starting from the breeders, small commerciants, small traders, big traders, patented traders, and transformers, and then we have the consumers. Here we have the different operations that is done between each actor and the other one. And here we have more than 40% of the global population of Chad that is intervening during this entire chain value chain of value. Next slide, please.
Voilà donc ainsi présenté.
These are the main constraints faced by the pastoral breeding. One of the main points is the diminution of the pastoral resources because of the lack to the access of the pastoral resources. And also there is the lack of the legislative and the regulatory framework that is regulating the question of the investments in the sector. We got also the lack of the infrastructures and difficulties in order to industrialize the sector. and also a lot of political conflicts around the region about the management of the natural resources. And let's not also forget about the huge perturbation of the breeding trade during the last 10 years because of the conflicts, as I said, and the security situation in Libya, Republic of Central Africa, Cameroon, Nigeria, and Sudan. So the situation is not favorizing the... Can you get back, please? Yes, thank you. So this is only impacting the sector. So we have a lot of issues that need to be faced when it comes to like to increase the level of the pastoral breeding. Before I was saying that the trade is only between us and the neighbor countries, and we need to modernize the sector because it is only relying on the traditional and conventional pastoral breeding. This kind of mobile pastoral breeding is relying on the nomad part, the people moving from one zone to another because of the climate change constraints, because of the climate zones, or because of the political or issues. So the production is not enough. It is not even enough for some breeds and for certain disciplines for the Chad itself. We know that there are specificities for some trans-borders. All the neighbor countries we are dealing with, they are either in stable or in they are war zones. Like this situation in Libya, we got some also issues with Sudan, with the Republic of Central Africa. And as you know, like human beings, when it comes to the cattle and when it comes to the breeding, this is an issue. Next slide, please.
Voilà, en guise de conclusion.
So as a conclusion, we need to know that in order to develop the pastoral breedings, that this one needs to be more adapted, and in order to that, we need to up-to-date the old texts of laws, taking into account different agendas, namely climate change, the nature of the market, international corporations, and we need to develop the infrastructures, the private sector, and the animal industry. And we need also to sustain and to help the professionalization of different actors. This is one of the main issues that need to be handled, and we are all aware of this situation. That's all for me. I would like to thank you for your attention.
C'est des problèmes d'Internet et de connexion.
I beg your pardon for the technical issues before, but we have a struggle with the internet connection here. I can share this presentation with you, and we can exchange at any time. Thank you. That's all for me. Thank you so much, Dr. Yusuf.
About Chad, animal genetic resources management, I would say. Some takeaway very, very fast. And I think this is an amazing session and amazing workshop that IOFS is organizing. Dr. Yusuf was saying that 40% of the livestock activity in Chad, 40% is the employment rate in Chad in livestock, which is huge comparison to other countries, which means that I would say livestock in Chad is like a very important natural resource to manage. He said that at the end, we need to reactualization of the laws and texts to develop the infrastructure and to support the farmers and bring for them some new technology and some new ways to bring. My question, I would say, at the end of this session, I think we come at the end to our first session about animal genetic resources and food security for the OIC countries. I have some takeaways and maybe ask 2 or 3 questions for the speakers. Just to conclude the session, I would say there is case studies from Turkey, from Qatar, from Bangladesh, from Yemen, and from Chad. And all of them, they are relating a big problem, which is the livestock and the breeding and the conservation of the animal genetic resources is a big issue for the governments. And first, the 2 presentations from Dr. Jamali and Dr. Seres showing that this topic is very important for the OIC countries to tackle. And generally speaking, the animal genetic resources and the food security are really tied together. Without animal genetic resources, we cannot achieve our food security. And I will ask, and this is a wish from IOFS team, is to organize another workshop about plant genetic resources as well. Because when we speak about food security, it's either from plant-based product or from animal-based product. So to have the complete picture about food security strategy for the OIC country, we have as well to tackle the plant and vegetable, I would say, genetic resources. So 2 questions come to my mind is maybe for Dr. Jamali, who will answer how to tackle the animal genetic resources in a nomad country like Chad, and I think as well other countries in the African continent. They are nomad people, so they are moving from here and there. And how to preserve and to conserve and to improve the animal genetic resources in such countries. Dr. Jamali, please.
Yes, I was expecting how to value animal genetic resources not in nomadic production system, but I'll answer for this. I guess the animal genetic sustainable strategies, as I showed, I guess in the second slide and in the governance model, relies on animal identification and performance recording. Even if we have flocks that move, I mean, through the animal identification and through a recording system, we can implement a very simplified system, and we can do animal breeding strategies even with moving flocks or herds.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. My other question is, I think many of you have heard about the trend now in food system, which is related to the plant-based food. Now we want to substitute the meat to the vegetable or pulses, for example, and a lot of brands now are rising. How we can reconcile this healthy issues from some consumers, and here we are in the sphere of the consumer, to the meat production and to the livestock preservation and so on. In my point of view, livestock will continue to work because major countries, they are relying not only on food, but in employment, in revenue, in incomes, and so on. So who wants to answer this question?
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed Ali. Before participants will be answering the question, I would like to emphasize that IOFS is working closely with COMSTEC, the Standing Committee on Science and Technology of OIC, and we have already conducted 2 trainings on conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources, Asia and Africa chapter. Next week, we will have the training on plant and animal genetic resources for Arab states in the Middle East and North Africa. So IOFS is on the way. I think Dr. Jamali would like to make intervention, answer the question.
Please.
Yeah, I guess we live in a world with fantasy. Many people think with their maybe new ideas they can change the world. And what is happening through producing beef out of vegetables? For me personally, it's a nonsense. But I am living in a free world and they can do whatever they want. But I still believe that the animal products are essential to the health of the humans. Animal genetic resources are essential to many livelihoods in the world. So if they have the fantasy to go and explore strange things, let them do so. But let's focus on the wealth and the reservoir of animal genetic resources we have. Because since this morning, what I heard is animal genetic resources and livestock are essential to food security, nutrition, and livelihoods. This is one major point that was underlined. 2, the other idea was that we are a growing population, I mean, in our region, and there is a huge demand for livestock products. This is 2. 3rd, our native animal genetic resources are unable to meet this demand, and we are importing high-yield exotic breeds to meet their demand. And this is creating a problem because we are crossing the exotic with the native and we are losing the native. Okay. Now we should be aware, I guess, I really thank the organizers by choosing this topic for the region. We should be aware that the animal genetic resources reservoir in the region is extremely rich, is a fortune, because it has in it many genes of adaptation, you know, to the scarcity of food, the scarcity of water, the high temperature. So the solution for the climate change should not be a problem for the region because we already have the native genetic resources that have the genes for that. The only constraint of these animal genetic resources is their poor producing ability. Their poor producing ability because they have never been target or subject to reliable breeding strategies. I mean, the variability within them has never been explored. And the research done is only at the research station. We have never been outside at the farm level with farmers to implement reliable breeding strategies and improve the productivity. And by improving the productivity, then we will find ourselves better off than just producing through increasing numbers. Like the last presentation was saying that the natural resources are becoming rare. So we can gain because we are not creating the wheel, because there are many countries that were ahead of us. So all we do is just go for shortcuts. So I see that the chance is in front of us. We can empower this region to become capable and able to better explore and improve its animal genetic resources through cooperation, South and South, through training and so on. So the opportunity is there, and let's focus on real animals rather than producing beef out of vegetables. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jamali. Another question could be the feeding. We have problem of providing feeding for these livestock as well. So, and it's an agriculture and vegetable or plant genetic resources to tackle as well. So I come at the end to our session. I would like first to thank IOFS for inviting all of us and for me to moderate this session, wonderful session with wonderful presenters, and leave the stage to Baki Chan, who will take over in the next session, inshallah. Thank you again for your participation, and looking forward to the tight and future cooperation with all of us, inshallah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Ali. Alaikum salam. It has been a great session, great moderation, very, very interesting and constructive presentations. We listened them all carefully. Thank you very much. We'll do the poll at the end of the next session of today's meeting, and hopeful to see you tomorrow, Dr. Muhammad Ali, for the third session. Thank you very much. And thank you, experts. So now on, let's start the second session, which will be on camels' genetic resources. It is about the current state of camel genetic resources, species, composition, phenotypic assessment, productive qualities. We'll make an overview of programs and research activities for in vivo in vitro conservation and use of assisted reproductive technologies in camel breeding, as well as research on molecular genetic evaluation. First, let me give the floor to Dr. Daraja Harik, who is the expert of National Institute of Agronomic Research of Algeria, Animal Genetic Resources Team, his presentation title is Camelids Genetic Resources. Dr. Daraja Harik, the floor is yours. Dr. Daraja Harik, could you please unmute yourself and could you please speak? We're here. We're seeing the presentation well. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Très bien. Pardon.
Thank you so much. Sorry for keeping my mic mute. Can you hear me now? I guess my mic is on. Yes, we can hear you.
Yes,
is it okay?
Well. Yes,
yes, perfectly. Yes. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. First of all, I would like to thank Islamic Organization of Food Security to give me the opportunity to address you and to give you the experience of Algeria at this field. I would like to share with you and show you what are or the camelids genetic resources in Algeria. For this, I'm looking. So as introduction, let's say that the genetic resources, they do represent an important resource and one of the main assets for the population growth and for the economic growth. It helps also with employability, and it might generate extra resources and be more productive for the population. The management of biodiversity is helping with the variation of the ADN sequences and having impact on the environment. DNA. So this is based on the variability between different species. Why it is very important to have the biodiversity? Because this is based on the different data, the origin, diversity, genetic diversity, the DNA sequences. So the development of the breeding of the animals represents an important capital when it comes to the notion of diversity, especially the phenotypic diversity. The breeders, they proceed to the improvement of the quality of their breedings according to the goals they have set. And the success of their missions depends on the improvement and to reduce the costs of the breeding. The people are living in the arid regions where climatic conditions, they are very extreme and severe. They are victims to these severe climate changes. This is why they have started with the breeding indigenous species and breeds. This is why breeding have been one of the main economic sectors for these regions. Among the ruminants, camels is the most adapted to the desert environment. Is considered one of the essential components of the desert ecosystems thanks to its anatomy and physiology, in addition to its role as a means of transportation in the desert. In the animal genetics, the identification systems, namely the delivery of the camelids, it was always the subject of researchers who are trying to the field of genetic resource, animal genetic resources. So in Algeria, the management of animal genetic resources have been focused all the time on the animals that could be productive. And in addition to the food security benefits, the social and economic development can be done because of the process of genetic erosion right now. For the camelina, we cannot talk about conservation or improvement from genetic point of view, because there is lack of data of identification, characterization, and improvement and conservation of the common genetic resources. So we need to do a re-evaluation of the breeding situation of the camelids in Algeria, and this is something that is necessary in order to have what could be the factors that could limit its development. we need to understand the dynamics of genetic resources of the camelids, which is representing the main challenge that will help us to rationalize and have better access to the biodiversity of the genetic resources. But it will help also with the development of better approaches for the analysis of the genetics, so that we can have a better crossbreeding and have a better adaptation to the desert environment, and have better crossbreeding between the existing genetics or the existing breeds and those have been genetically improved. This is why this field is very important for us in Algeria when it comes to the genetic resources of camelids. So taking into account this importance, a process of identification of the autochthon population and its valorization is very important, a genetic plan. This is a long-term process around which lots of programs have been set when it comes to the conservation and the improvement of the genetic assets. So before tackling the questions, and description of different breeds is essential. The first one is to have a clear terminological description. We cannot talk about type, about race, about breed, or about anything, or without having exact description. We need to have a good description also of the population of the camelids and the camels present, and we need to have a clear methodology, common methodology that could be used by different actors before talking about the description of the camelids. A lot of actors have reported the lack of this information of characterization of the camelid breeds. So we need to come to standardized description, precise, concise, relevant, and we got more studies in this regard. So facing this situation, it's very difficult for us to distinguish between different entities that could be well defined according to the breeds. So we are trying to make some close or some approximate descriptions according to the belongings of each breed to a category or a family of breedings. So at national level in Algeria, the characterization is including the identification and different inquiries on the animal genetic resources of the country throughout the documentation, collected information on different species. Indeed, different characterization activities need to favorize the conception of different performance goals. Because of its importance, the camels for the food security and for the development of the regions from economic point of view, especially in the arid zones and the semi-arids, we need to have an exhaustive inventory of the genetic diversity of the camelids, even if it is not done all the time in formal way. This is why we are trying to treat the question of the genetic variability of the animal genetic resources. It has as a main goal to describe and to characterize the genetic diversity of the camelid population based on the molecular and morphometric criteria. What are the specific goals to analyze the genetic diversity intra and interpopulation? First of all, is to describe the differentiation from morphological and interspecific dimension of the population, and to specify what is the genetic variability of different breeds, and to combine different morphological and genetical variations so that we can detect detect what are the adequate characters for different breeds, and to examine the morphological variability inter and intra-species. So better and adequate knowledge of the situation of different breeds is necessary to have a good base. Algeria is classified among the countries in which the number of camels is increasing recently. The camels number was 245,000, which is representing 132% of the worldwide number, 2% of the Arab world, and 13% of the numbers in the Maghreb region, North Africa. This is putting Algeria in the 19th rank all over the world and the 8th one in the Arab world. This is why we have been conducting a research program for the service of the development that is around the following activities: the promotion of different systems of breeding, combining innovative and existing approaches. And we are aiming to target to achieve the following goals: is to up-to-date the repartition cartography of the chattel of the camelids in Algeria, to assess the different pasturage resources, and to characterize the population according to the breeds and according to its characteristics. This is the genetic diversity status of camel resources according to different types of camelids. We can see that here Africa and Middle East regions, they have their own specific breeds. Here are the names, here are the figures related. This is the repartition of different breeds into Algeria. This is showing that the extreme southern regions is detaining the major number of the camelids. This is the different breeds with different characteristics and regions in which we can find them. Here you have, for example, the breed Barbani Shambi with the characteristic fine shape and etc. And here on the right side, you have the geographic repartition of this camelids population in Algeria. So the genetic basis is quite large. We have been using the molecular genetic especially among the population in the southern regions. This is a newspaper article that had been published in newspapers recently. This is the different races of camelids named Tergi in the region of the Hogar in Algeria. This is mainly the breeds of the camelids present in Algeria. The study had shown that there is a labor joining dendrogram program that have allowed to determine the phenotypes under the phylogenetic tree and what could be the crossbreeding. And this tree is showing that the 5 phenotypes of the camelids that have been studied they can appear under the shape of mosaic, and most of the beasts, or most of these breeds seem to be mixed. This is the attribution of the individuals according to their phenotypes. Here among each population, we get different phenotype, and we were able to attribute each one according to its phenotype. We have been able to isolate the structure of each one. You can see here in their DNA, you can see the mixture and the crossbreeding. So there is genetic mix that is starting from the K2 to K8. Next slide, let me check. Yeah. We were trying to see if this variety and if this differentiation of variety is existing also at national level. So we have been also conducting benchmark with the other countries, namely Libya and Egypt. And we have seen that this genetic mix is coming also from the neighbor countries. And here you can see that there is a net differentiation or a clear differentiation between these types. Also, the network of the neighborhood have helped to build what we call the Reynolds distance, which is the whole data that could be distributed into 5 regions, the 5 geographic regions inside Algeria. So the conclusion we got to, sorry, I will get back to the previous slide, is that we get that these studies have been conducted in long term. There is a program also of monitoring and follow-up in order to valorize this data, and it could be built on. We have been building this sample from Algeria, Egypt, namely. And this study will be helping the nomads so that they can improve their productivity. So as a conclusion, the animal genetic resources, they represent a very important element when it comes to the economic growth, environmental and social, cultural aspect of the country. In Algeria, the resources of the camelids, they are part of the genetic patrimony, and it has huge added value either from economic or social cultural point of view for the development of the arid and dry regions. Nevertheless, the information on the genetic diversity of the camelid population in Nigeria needs to be promoted and need to be put in a value so that we can ensure conservation for the needs of the next generations. The variation is present in all the characters and the criteria that have been studied, and it's part of the composition of the population that have been distinguished according to their phenotypes. And the study were able to give us an information about the structure of the population of the camelid called Turkey. We have used also the marking or labelization of with the using microsatellites that have allowed the confirmation at the molecular level of the presence of what we call the morphological criteria. As for impact and innovation, how can we improve starting from this data, these local product, how can we improve the breeding systems that could be more adapted to the Saharan and desert conditions? How can we diversify and increase the revenues of the breeders thanks to access to new markets? How to implement new technologies of selection and technological processing that could be able to help with the food security, the duration of conservation, diversification of the products and the added value, and how to put in value the products coming from the chain of the value, meat, milk, skin, etc. Thanks, that's all for me. And sorry if I have been long during my presentation. I am at your entire disposal if you have any questions or comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Daraji Harik. It was positive to know the increase in the number of camel species. Thank you very much for noting that the lack of characterization can be the factor of problem in the conservation of camel genetic resources, where actually the description standardization of characterization is needed and necessary for each breed. And thank you. You elaborated very much on phenotypic assessment, and thank you for sharing all this presentation. Thank you very much. Next, allow me to move to the next speaker, Dr. Ahmed Salam, who is the Senior Research Scientist at the Desert Research Center of Egypt. The presentation title is Current State of Arabian Camels in Egypt in the Context of Conservation of Animal Genetic Resources. Dr. Ahmed Salam, the floor is yours.
The sound work?
Yes, yes. We have been hearing you with a bit of noise. Yes, we're hearing you.
Okay. Just one second.
You could turn off your video if the video makes, you know.
Yes, I'm just trying to share my presentation. Just give me 1 second, please.
Dr. Ahmed Salam, you could turn off your video so that the video is overweighting the channel, I guess. It will be helpful for hearing you well.
Okay, I'm trying to show it. Just 1 second. Just okay, please. Okay, it seems that I'm not able to share my presentation, so can I just laptop and I'm sure you will understand me. Okay?
Okay, we will go to another speaker and we'll come back to you. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. We will come back to Dr. Ahmed Salam after the next presentation. Let me give the floor to Dr. Shanar Ahmed Sadiqova, who is the head of Camelids Breeding Department from the Kazakh Research Institute for Livestock and Fodder Production. The presentation title will be the Camel Biodiversity in Kazakhstan, Phenotype Studies. Dr. Shnar Ahmed Sadikova, the floor is yours. Dr. Shnar Ahmed Sadikova, could you put, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah, thank you.
1 minute, I will put it on the full screen. Okay. Good morning, hello dear colleagues. Bonjour à tout le monde. Thank you for the opportunity to present my presentation.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we're not seeing the presentation. We're seeing the list of the files, I guess, in your computer. So probably you need to share the presentation itself.
How I will try again.
Yes, good. Yes, we are seeing the presentation. Thank you.
So, thank you for the opportunity to present my presentation on the camel biodiversity in Kazakhstan, phenotype studies. So, how you know already, the two large domestic camelids, the one humped dromedary, Camelus dromedarius, and the two double humped Bactrian camels lives in two distinct areas of the whole world, but and the distribution areas overlap in a few countries such as Iran, India, Afghanistan, and Kazakhstan, and Turkey also. But the practice of the hybridization is the most common in our country, in Kazakhstan. So, indeed, despite being classified as two different species, the dromedary and the Bactrian are interfecund. So, historically in Kazakhstan, the hybridization between the two species was associated with the Silk Road, and was estimated as the producing animals combining the robustness of the Bactrian camel and the endurance of the dromedary, as well as an animal that was adapted to shelter by contrasting climate as in Kazakhstan. So in Kazakhstan, we have dromedary camels, Bactrian camels, we have hybrids.
I'm sorry, Dr. Shnar Ahmed Sadikova, we're at the first page of your presentation. I'm not sure if you are turning the slides.
I'm on this slide.
Are you on the first slide? Because we're seeing on the first, we are on the first slide.
Could you see the second slide or not yet?
No, you could actually close and open again, no problem.
Okay.
Yes, we are seeing the presentation. Yes, yes, now, yeah, now we can see the second presentation. Thank you.
So I want to say that Kazakhstan is one of the unique countries where you can find dromedaries, Bactrians, and the hybrids. And nowadays the objective is the improvement of milk production. So the dromedary having a higher potential than bacterian, but being less adapted to cold winters as in Kazakhstan, because in several places of Kazakhstan, temperature at the winter can arrive up to -50 degrees. So was one of the main points of hybridization in Kazakhstan. So since 19th century, the Kazakh bacterium breed has been distinguished by traditional local selection, aiming to choose the more enveloped animals. It's meaning taller with a higher wool productivity for the better resistance to the cold for reproduction. So in this population, 3 bacterian phenotypes are described according to their size, their stoutness, and their productivity. So it's first camel type, oral bokeylik. Second one is Kızılarda type, and the third one is Ontustuk Kazakhstan type. So at the first photo, you can see the Kazakh bacterian camel type oral bokeylik. It's the tallest bacterian camel in Kazakhstan. This type is mainly concentrated in steppe zone in western Kazakhstan and in sandy regions in Atra Oblast. It's an administrative region in Kazakhstan. This type is the tallest of the Kazakh breeds, up to 2 meters high and weighing up to 900 kilograms, with a coat of long yellow-brown hair and a characteristic mane, bread, and a hairy short trousers. On the second photo, you can see the Kazakh bacterian camel type Kızılarda.
I'm sorry, we are only on the second slide. If you are showing on the second slide.
I'm sorry, but I don't know why it doesn't moving.
Yes, we are on the third slide. Yes.
Yeah, I will show in this format. So I talk about Kazakh bacterian camel type oral bokeylik, which is the tallest bacterium in Kazakhstan. So on the second photo, you can see the Kazakh bacterian camel type Kızılarda, which is a meat producing camel, and mainly found in Kızılarda Oblast and around the Aktobe city. The hair coat is darker than the previous breed, but with a similar distribution of the body. So the main purpose of selection is for the meat production. On the third photo, you can see the Kazakh bacterian camel type Ontustuk Kazakhstan. So it's the best milk producers of bacterian camels, between bacterian camels in Kazakhstan. So well distributed in Almaty, Jambal, and the South Kazakhstan region. And the coat is yellowish and light brown with a shorter fibers. So it's the difference between them. And we have also dromedary camel type Arvana, the only dromedary breed in Kazakhstan. A Turkmenistan originate. They are numerous in the southern part of the country, where they can be considered the most northern distribution of the dromedary in the world. So their number are increasing. The Arvana dromedary has a unique long hump raised towards the back, and they have a high milk productivity, and they are used for the hybridization in order to improve milk production of the bacterian breeds. So this is the main ecotypes of camels in Kazakhstan. So about hybridization practice in our country. So hybridization has long been common in Kazakhstan. So bacterian and dromedary camel often a whole bit within the same farm in our country. So you can find the both breed on the same farm. And there are wild number of types of crossing, how you can see on the table. So this hybridization produces a high heterosis effect for meat and the wool production. How you can see, for example, on the table, the life weight of the female inner Maya is hybrid of the first generation F1. Has a life weight is higher for 128% than the dromedary down. So the wool productivity can be increased up to 200% if we compare with a pure dromedary breed. And of course, in the hybrids show more milk productivity if we compare with pure bacterian breed. So after crossing of the pure parental species to breed the first generation, the so-called F1 generation, there are two ways of hybridization. Alternate crossing pathway to maximize heterosis and to increase milk production. So we call it a dromedary effect. Fatty matter, we call it bacterian effect. And we can increase wool productivity, we call it bacterian effect. And the resistance to the cold and the heat we call it dromedary effect. For the heat and for the cold, it's a bacterian effect. So by the hybridization, we can ameliorate technological properties, production properties of our camels in Kazakhstan. Okay, next. About the use of camels in Kazakhstan. So by word of economic importance, camel products in Kazakhstan are milk, meat, and wool. The camel is rarely used for riding, and its role as a draught animal in agriculture is completely marginal. So the main products are fermented camel milk, called shubat. Then we have a product as dehydrated camel cheese, we call it kur, and we have also caramelized dessert known as balkaima. So these products and especially shubat are typically of the country, and it can be considered as territory products, indicating a cultural identity stemming from ancestral techniques and forming an important part of the tradition in Kazakhstan. So for the moment, most shubat production is small scale, but the industrial sector for fermented camel milk is increasing in spite of the lack of standardization in production and the processing technology conditions. And also nowadays, by scientists of our institute, we have developed a technology production of camel cheese, and hope in the future we'll organize industrial production of camel cheese on industrial scale. About camel meat and wool. Meat can be considered as a byproduct of milk production in Kazakhstan because camel meat consumption is not very popular except in rural areas. Since the camel meat sector is not well organized and the main purpose of camel farming is the milk. The meat market mostly used all culled females or low quality meat, so does not appeal to urban consumers. About wool, the camel wool sector in Kazakhstan is not well organized, not yet, compared to other countries as Mongolia, for example. This is about use of camel in Kazakhstan. So, despite the economic and socio-cultural significance of the camels in Kazakhstan, there are limited information available on their genetic diversity, evolutionary history, and the relationship. So, so to address this lack of knowledge about the genetic diversity of camel population in Kazakhstan, our institute launched a scientific program in cooperation with Kazakh National Institute of Animal Breeding situated in South Kazakhstan on the studying phenotype and genotype properties of camels in Kazakhstan. The aim of the study is to study the genetic diversity and the relationships of all recognized indigenous camel population in Kazakhstan. So we want to create a database of phenotypes and the genotypes of camels of Kazakhstan, which will be regularly updated with the data from different regions of different areas of our country, which will give the opportunity to create a main pool of zootechnical parameters that will form the basis of the passport for exporting camels under the Kazakh brand, and will give the possibility to selecting breeding animals at an early stage, which will lead to increase in economical indicators. So in the frame of this scientific program, we started to study phenotypic description of the camels, local camels, according to the Bernard Fayet. It's a most popular specialist of camelid in the world. So according to their book, which called Camel Biodiversity, Camel Phenotypes in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which were published by FAO. So according to this book, we started to study phenotype of our local camels. Okay. So we have our preliminary studies results already. We have the aim of this program is to study 1,000 camels in Kazakhstan, 400 bacterian, 100 hybrids, and 400 of dromedary camels. Up to now, we have studied only one part of the camels. So for the moment, we can say that milk production is higher for the dromedary camels, Meat percentage higher in a hybrid. We didn't yet started bacteria, we didn't start it yet, but hope soon we'll have all results, all data. And so we can describe phenotype of dromedary camels, bacterian camels, and hybrids according to the international standards. Therefore, to have possibility to compare local camels with camels of other countries, and hope that the research work must be done, further research works must be done to determine relationship between phenotype data, genotype data, and the milk and the meat productivity of our camels. And more particularly, it will provide scientific information for the future genetic breeding improvement, conservation, and the utilization of dromedary, bacterian, and the hybrid camels of Kazakhstan. So that's all that I want to show you and tell you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shanar Ahmed Sadiqova. Thank you very much for a detailed elaboration on camel types in Kazakhstan and for the information on phenotypic assessment, as well as their productive qualities. I mean, the use of camels in Kazakhstan and its importance in the national economy. I see the raised hand from Dr. Daraja Harik. If you would like to ask a question or make a comment, please speak out.
Juste une question, s'il vous plaît. Oui, si vous
Just
voulez,
one
bien
question.
sûr.
Yes, just one question, if you don't mind, please. I would like to thank very well Dr. Shinar for the quality of her presentation. I was really delighted and surprised also by the quality of the presentation, how rich the presentation was of information. And maybe there is a point of intersection between my work and her work. And she was talking about hybridization and the crossbreeding. We in area, we didn't deal the question of crossbreeding. We tried at least to make an inventory about all of the population that is present on the Algerian territory. We have been focusing mainly on the production for the selection of the biggest producers of meat and the best producers of milk. Because this will help with the valorization of the value chain, and in order also to have a production of the wool. What I have seen for the dromedary, they produce 5 liters, while if the hybrid F1 is 3.5 liters, and the hybrid type F2 only 3 liters. So my question, are you willing to have orientation that is producing less milk? And the height also is different, 2 meters, 1.8, 1.9. I'm asking the following question. Are these populations are not population that they are producing the milk, and they are more oriented to produce the meat? Because this is what I have noticed according to the table that you have presented. So this hybridization and this crossbreeding you are willing to do, is it more oriented to produce the meat, or it is produced the milk with the better quality? That's all for me. Thank you. I will be answering in English.
Very good question. In the table where I show it, here. So yeah, you're right, Market, that for the dromedary, it's in average, because if we'll take for the dromedary camels, it's from 2 liters up to 10, even up to there's in Kazakhstan dromedaries existing which can give up to 20 liters of milk per day. So here we showed average 5 liters for dromedaries. For the hybrids, it's hybrids it's a hybrid to which was hybridizated with Bactrian camels, which was meat producers. So we in Kazakhstan they try to ameliorate milk productivity of Bactrian camels with dromedary camels. So if before hybridization, the milk production capacity of Bactrian camels are in average maybe 2 liters maximum. So with hybridization, they obtained milk volume up to 3.5 liters in average. It could arrive up to 5 or 7 liters. So that's why it's not the amelioration of milk production capacity of dromedaries. It's a hybridization. Make it the aim of this hybridization was to ameliorate milk production capacity of Bactrian camels. So that's why it's 3.5 and 3, because in the second hybrids of F2 we have 3 liters, because sometimes we have a absorption crossing pathway. For example, for easy animal management, so the hybrids, especially F2 generation, they have a how we call absorption crossing leads to purebred animals after 3 generations. So if we wouldn't cross with pure breeds, the second generation, already on the second generation, sometimes we can have from the hybrids of F2, we can obtain less milk than from the hybrids F1. So depends with which breed we are crossing our hybrids.
Merci.
Yes, thank you so much. That was
thank you very much. There is we'll take one more question before next presentation from Dr. Wael Qaisi. Dr. Wael Qaisi, the floor is yours.
I
would like to ask you, why didn't you look at the daily amount of milk production or the production of milk per 24 hours? And you talk about the crossbreeding. Do you use artificial or the natural methods of crossbreeding? Thank you. Thank you very much for your question. Well, we decided to focus on the total amount of milk production because, of course, we can provide indicators on 24 hours of milk production, but usually the measurements are more precise if we focus on 12 hours of milk production rather than 24 hours. Because whatever it is accumulated overnight, I mean, the camels do not provide milk during the night, and we try to show the milk production within 12 hours instead of just 24 hours. And as for the selection, what kinds of methods of crossbreeding do you use? Artificial or natural? It's not us. That's what historically was done in Kazakhstan. We do not use artificial method of crossbreeding, we use the controlled crossbreeding method. Okay, thank you very much.
One more question, Dr. Abu Bakr Said. If you could briefly ask your question. Yeah, thank you. Dr. Abu Bakr Said, you could unmute yourself and ask your question or make a comment.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum. Yes, thank you for a good presentation, for Daniel. Just I want to ask it's two specific question. The F1 is 50% for each bacterium and dromedary, and the F2 is it more than for or focus on some type? I mean, is it 75% of bacterium or 75% of dromedary? Also, the milking process, is it one time or 2 times, or this result in the slide number 8, is it the aggregate of production?
Okay, thank you for the question. For the question, F1 generation, it's a percentage here. It's a bacteria. When we take bacterian pure breed and with crossing with dromedary pure breed, it's 50-50. In the second generation F2, we have 2 types of hybrids of F2, where we can cross between 2 hybrids, which we obtained from the hybridization of pure breeds, bacterium and dromedaries. If we'll cross between them, we can cross each of them between them, so we'll obtain the first type of F2, and we can obtain second type of F2 by taking first hybrids of first generation, and crossing them with a pure breed of bacterium or dromedary, where we are obtaining hybrid percentage 75 and 25 of pure breed percentage in percentage. Is it clear? It's okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shana Rahmi Sadiqova. Thank you, Dr. Abu Bakr Said.
Sorry, I just want to finish.
Yes, somewhat clear.
Answer for the second question of dear Abu Bakr Said. So
I mean that the F1 is 50% from each dromedary and bacterium.
Yes, 50.
And the F2
can be 2 types, 50-50.
Is it 75% from dromedary and 25% from bacteria, or the opposite?
No, it's 75% of hybrids. So to obtain second generation, we can make hybridization with between 2 hybrids, which we obtained by crossing pure breeds, and we can obtain a second generation also by hybridization, by crossing of hybrids of first generation with pure bacterian or dromedary camels, which will make 25% of pure breed. 2 types of hybrids. F2.
Okay, it's clear.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shana Rahmi Sadiqova. It was a wonderful presentation. We have been taking notes on that. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you. For the next, we couldn't find Dr. Ahmed Salam, so we will go to the next presenter, Dr. Leila Jansugurova, Director of Institute of Genetics and Physiology, Ministry of Education and Science of Kazakhstan. The presentation title is Molecular Genetic Analysis of Camel and Sheep Breeds in Kazakhstan. Dr. Leila Jansugurova, thank you for attending this event. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Good day or good night for everybody. And
Yes, we're seeing the presentation well. Thank you.
I am a last speaker for today, and thank you for patience. I am presenting the Institute of Genetics and Physiology. It's a scientific research institute, and we didn't systematic study of animal populations. One of our laboratory of animal genetics, did some projects, and now for the moment, also we have some projects with camel and sheep. So molecular genetic studies of camel breeds, what we know from worldwide studies. In our studies, we oriented over recommended panels of biomarkers, because you heard today, for example, in each presentation, genetic study of animal populations is very actual, but only for some species, very valuable species, we have recommended biomarkers. And International Society of Animal Genetics obtain all data and recommend some panels. But for camels, there are no recommended panels of ISAC. Recently, the Chinese scientists did the whole genome analysis of 128 Bactrian camels across Asia, including farming camels from and wild camels from China, Mongolia, Iran, Russia, Kazakhstan, and so on. The dromedaries were included for the comparison group. The phylogenetic analysis has revealed that camels from Iran and Kazakhstan, which were involved to the study, were the first two Central Asian populations to separate and split the Mongolian could indicate the dispersion from Central to East Asia. The age was calibrated by assuming the Bactrian camel and dromedary divergence of 5.73 million years according to the time tree database. Also, soon Iranian domestic and wild camels were also whole genome sequenced. And today in Kazakhstan, there are over than 200,000 heads of camels, and previous speaker, Shnar, I forgot the family. Thank you, Shnar, for present the Kazakhstan camels doing geography distribution and quality phenotypes and quality of milk and meat. All the Kazakh camel Bactrian breeds from Caspian, Mangistau Peninsula, Balkhash and Karatau Moinkum regions were characterized by the local scientists using the panel of 8 polymorphic ester lots studies. And here is a paper, first author of Elmira Dilbekova. The heterogeneity of studied short ester loss was described for the Kazakh camel populations. In general, in all studied populations of camels, there is a lack of heterozygotes. The studied camels of different ecological zones have their own genetic and population characteristics at the lots of DNA microsatellites. So we know that there are some studies regarding the camel milk productivity, and more than 10 years ago, our young scientists go to the institute in Napoli, Alfredo Paucillo, and this group, using biomaterials from Africa and Iran, that included not only camels but all llamas, the Italian scientists obtained the characteristics of genes responsible for the milk production, CSN genes. Camel milk contains a lot of immunoglobulins, high levels of immunoglobulin A, and valuable enzymes such as
it will end in tears.
lysozyme, sorry, and lactoperoxidase.
Yes, and even last time I was talking to Dr. Mukasa about the same.
Then
then they said they're not giving any other money till I account for that money. And that is what I am going to tell you, ED, because if we have work plans here that we are supposed to do, and because the other activity is failing and it is not my own making, what am I supposed to do?
Organizer, please.
That is what Fred said.
Yes, we would like to ask to unmute. I think we fixed it. Sorry, Dr. Leila Jansaburova.
So camel milk is very valuable, and Shnar also discussed this question. And we know from previous presentations that most camels in Kazakhstan are hybrids. And also the importance of F1 hybrids for productivity is discussed. So what we have a project, molecular genetic analysis of camel breeds. It's a not big project, so it's a project of one PhD student. The aim of this research work is study the genetic diversity and genome of populations of camels in Kazakhstan, genotyping of camels by genes of casein cluster of milk productivity. And we took this slide demonstrates hybrids from Akshi, Almaty region, Ili district. And here the scheme of research stages. So to date, what we do, genome-wide sequencing of 5 hybrid camels was carried out on Illumina HiSeq platform. Descriptions of the genetic structure of hybrids in comparison with breeds of 100, 200 and wild camels. Identification of private for each breed and common single nucleotide polymorphisms. Determinations of phylogenetic relationships between the studied breeds. To process the raw sequencing data and genome assembly in accordance with the reference and for the further analysis, The following some software will be used. And for the moment, a total more than 18 million SNPs were identified for all studied camels individuals. After the quality control with the help of Blink software package, high quality SNP were selected according to the following criteria. Exclusion of SNPs, single nucleotide polymorphisms that are absent in a significant part of the subjects, and exclusion of individuals with a high level of genotypic absence. Excluding SNPs below the set of the minor allele frequencies to exclude genotypes errors. Exclusion of individuals with a high or low level of heterozygosity. And the polymorphisms of genes of the casein cluster, CSN1S1, CSN2, CSN3 was studied in 53 individuals of camels of the Almaty regions. And the genotypes were detected, the desirable genotypes regarding each studied gene and combination of genes were determined. The allele frequencies were estimated. And here you see the allele frequencies of these 53 individuals, like a population frequency. And subsequent steps of the study, a search of the private and common SNPs will be carried out for all breeds, as well as the relationship with the milk productive qualities of camels will be estimated. The identification of polymorphic variants associated with indicators of milk productivity, Kazakhstan camel population. The identified SNPs in casein genes will be compared with other populations presented in international databases. The genetic structure and genetic diversity of breeds will be described using bioinformatical tools. Phylogenetic analysis of 3 camel species, Camelus dromedarius, Camelus bactrianus, Camelus ferus, and their hybrids will be carried out to describe the genetic distances. And for example, we also finished for these 53 camel individuals the full genome sequencing of mitochondrial DNA. And you see the phylogenetic tree constructed on the data of mtDNA control region sequencing. This analysis was carried out only for Kazakh camel breeds, including 1, 2 hybrid species and their hybrids. And you see that there are 2 main clusters that propose the historical genetic mixing between 1 and 2 humped species. These questions also was discussed in previous presentations questions. So, briefly, I will let me introduce our studies about Kazakhstan sheep breeds. Breeding, we do the cytogenetic analysis and molecular genetic analysis for 5 breeds: Chingiz breed, Chuyskaya breed, Sararkinskaya breed, Kazakh fine fleece breed, Edilbay breed, and Kazakh Arhara Merino. Firstly, we do SSR PCR analysis of sheep breeds, revealed species specific, bred specific, fragments with different frequency of occurrence. And the frequency of occurrence in the population was over 0.4. Also found rare fragments with a frequency of less than 0.4. And also the panel of 32 STR short-term terminal repeats LOTSE was described as recommended by International Society of Animal Genetics. And 8 populations were characterized. A wide polymorphism of STR alleles length was detected both when comparing different breeds and within each breed. The 12 informative markers for each breed were selected. In intra-breed comparison, unique alleles that occur only in one population are of our great interest. For example, some LOTSE in some breeds. And you see the phylogenetic tree and genetic distances between these described breeds. Also, these 12 informative STR LOTSE, we do the dimension analysis of these breeds. And this is our publications. And now we have a project, a study devoted to the study of molecular variability of the genes of fertility, growth differentiation factor 9 that synthesized biovariant somatic cells directly affect oocyte growth and functions, and bone morphogenetic protein involved to the control of folliculogenesis. And the object of this study is meat wool breed, which will help us to facilitate and significantly accelerate the selection work on this breed. In a short time, create groups of animals with the desired genotypes. And tasks of the projects are identification of point mutational variability of these genes based on direct sequencing and comparative analysis of the results with data from various sheep breeds available databases. Genotyping of studied sheep breed by genes GDF9, BMP15, and determination of the polymorphism by PCR-FLP method. Yearly selection of sheep with valuable genotypes among studied populations for use in further breeding work. And other task is bioinformative and phylogenetic treatment. And I should mention that for the moment we have some genetic analysis which allow us to do all proposed studies. And also we have a big database of ancient material for horses and also some individuals of ancient camels from Neolithic time to Middle Ages. And our laboratory of populational genetic can provide this data for animal genetics laboratory if we do the analysis. This will help us to associate the valuable genotypes in ancient and modern camels. So I would like to thank the entire staff of the Laboratory of Animal Genetics and Cytogenetics under the supervision of Musa Vaijan. Thanks for technical, scientific, and consulting help to the Bikmanov Bahadjan. And special thanks for sheep and camel population studies. The results of the studies are presented here. It's a PhD Dosebaev Kairat and PhD student Mandykova Makpal. Thank you for attention. And if you want to ask me something, I am ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Leila Jansegurova. It was a wonderful presentation on molecular genetic analysis of camels and breeds in Kazakhstan. I think here we have the question of Sir Yasir. If you have a question or would like to make a comment, please unmute yourself and yes.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. This is Dr. Yasser from Qatar. Thank you, Leila, for your fruitful presentation that going through common genome. Mine is the question you mentioned during your presentation, something I think in slide 1, that heterozygosity is small. Me, I want to know the population that you have studied is in Kazakhstan, if I am right, okay? And through the story today, we hear that Kazakhstan has 2 types of camel, bacterian and dromedary. This is heterozygosity, which you mentioned. It is small among the...
Sorry, I am listening.
Yeah, this heterozygosity, it is small among the 2 species, bacterian and dromedary, or it is within a species. For example, heterozygosity is low within breeds of dromedary breeds. Okay, this is what I want to know. Mm-hmm. Can you elaborate? Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for questions. When I discussed the heterozygosity, I discussed the paper of our Kazakh scientist. Yes, this paper, Genetic Population Characteristics of Milk-Producing Camels in Different Ecological Zones of Kazakhstan by DNA Microsatellites LOTSI. They discussed only 8 STR LOTSI here in this article, and this conclusion only on these 8 STR LOTSI. If you mention the heterogeneity from our studies of 53 individuals, camel individuals, it's only started project. We see the heterozygosity for each SNP is very high. And we need to evaluate the meaning of each SNP in this population also, because it's all hybrids.
No,
thank you. I think Dr. Jamali have a question.
Yes. First, I would like to thank the speakers for their excellent presentations. what actually showed to us, they showed to us their important work at the breed or breeds characterization. This is fine. My question is for all of you, where do you see the position of your work in relation to animal breeding strategies or animal sustainable use? Thank you.
Thank you for questions. I think we need to collaborate to make informative panels of biomarkers for some productivity characteristics. And we need to collaborate with in Kazakhstan also, and also Islamic countries or worldwide countries, because we need to know how to evaluate the productivity of milk, for example, or meat. And it should be standardized methods for evaluation of this. I suppose this.
Thank you. I think Professor Anila Durrani also has a question.
Thank you so much. It was really a very nice presentation. Since we also have camel population in Pakistan, and our population is 5% of total livestock population here. So I would just like to know that is there any disease differences or diseases association with different breeds of camel, number one, and number two, are the production potential of different breeds of camel vary? And if it varies, then which breed has the highest production potential, and which breed has the highest affinity for the diseases?
Thank you for a question, Dr. Anila. But I am not a specialist in camels, but for example, I mentioned ancient animals. We do some work about ancient pathogens also, which we found in bones of human and animals. And some of these very distributed for today diseases, like, for example, Salmonella or Yersinia pestis, etc., hepatitis virus, and other. But about disease, can I address this question to other specialists? Because I didn't know anything in this area.
Thank you, Dr. Leila Jasigurova. I think we have the last question, and we'll take the last one from Daraja Harik. Could ask your question, please. Dr. Harik, Dr. Daraja Harik.
Oui, bien sûr. Je pense que c'est la dernière question. Il n'y a pas de souci. Bon, j'essaie d'être bref.
Thanks so much. I know that it is the last question. I would like to be very brief. Thank you so much, Mrs. Leila, for the quality of your presentation and for all the others. That was very informative. My question is the following. I would like to know, you have been talking that you have been using 5 microsatellites when it comes to the DNA analysis. So that means systematically we won't have a clear image about the phytogenetic and about the molecular genetics. So from theoretical point of view,
illustré à 100% en quelque sorte. Si je me trompe, vous me corrigez s'il vous plaît. Cette diversité, elle aurait dû être vraiment caractérisé avec
microsatellites cannot be enough.
Plus que la moitié du panel qui a été proposé par les Donc,
so I think I am not specialist in the field. For me, when during the studies we have been conducting in Algeria, we have been using 25 microsatellites. So I don't know if we got a clear and representative image. Were you able to identify the different characteristics of the population you have studied?
Yes, I hard to understand the question because the translation from France was very.
D'accord, il n'y a pas de souci.
I can repeat it if you want. I can repeat it if you want.
If you ask about 5 populations, 5 populations of sheep were studied using the panel of 32 microsatellite STR loci, and only 12 were recommended as informative markers. And for dimensional scheme, we included the 12 informative markers for each populations, and each point is individual, sheep individual. If you discuss the camels, the 5 camels among population of 53 was selected for full genome, wide genome sequencing. And now we have firstly treatment of this data only. We are working on the treatment these 5 full genomes of hybrids.
Okay, okay. We can take Dr.
We will take a very last question from Dr. Ayaz Mamadov, the last one. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to ask a question. My question is to Dr. Leyla Khanım and Shinyar Khanım. Dr. Shinyar Khanım talked about genotyping of camels. I want to ask what kind of methods, what kind of molecular markers are you using in genotyping? Second question to Dr. Leyla. As a Dr. Mahir Ajev from the Livestock Research Institute talk about our breeds, sheep, camel, and other. Can we do joint research? You know, Azerbaijan also silk country, also camel also very common in Azerbaijan. Can we do joint researches together on molecular research? Yeah.
Oh,
thank you very much.
Who will be first? Can I finish? Because we are open to collaboration, and I discuss it only our own projects, not done in collaborations. But it's a pilot studies was very gave us information for future collaborations, and we hope that we will find good collaborators in this field using Islamic organizations, for example.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Leyla Jansudurova. Thank you very much, Dr. Ayaz Mamadov. Would be glad to join the research institutions and make the active cooperation between them. Thank you for the wonderful presentations of this session. Let me just quickly make the launch of the poll 1 and ask participants to answer questions. Are you seeing the questions?
Yes.
Yes, please. We made it in English and French so that participants could see them and answer. So this is basically about what is the most important thing from listed below for livestock production development. Is it disease control or vaccination development, environmental sustainability and proper weather forecast, nutrition, forage, fodder, conservation and use of animal genetic resources, or all above statement? And the second question is, how do you assess the level of cooperation and management of animal genetic resources of your country with neighboring countries in OIC countries? I think, yeah, participants are still answering questions. So basically, from the overview, we can say that most participants answering question 1 say that the conservation and use of animal genetic resources is the most important thing for livestock production development. Now we see that the all above stated, yeah, participants saying that all above stated are important, yes. And for the level of cooperation, many participants are saying that the level of cooperation is insufficient. Yes, I'm sharing the result, and needs improvement. And the Islamic Organization for Food Security will be glad and pleasure to work on that improvement. Thank you. Yeah, we will go to launching to launch the second poll. The first question from second poll is about, does your country have the research and science capacity in the conservation and sustainable use of the animal genetic resources? And the second question is about, is your country engaged with international organizations on animal genetic resources? And the third question is, are you interested in the exchange of knowledge and experience in the management of animal genetic resources with OIC member states? We can say that for the third questions, yes, definitely all participants are saying this, yes, highly interested in the exchange of knowledge and experience. For the second question, most people are saying that yes, there are cooperation with international organizations, but more is needed. And it is said that the countries rely on external research now. I'm ending the poll and sharing the results with participants, so you could see the results from your screen. Thank you. Now it is the time for conclusion remarks, and I would like to give the floor to my supervisor, Ismail Abdel Hamid, who is the Director of Programs and Projects Office. Doctor, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Bakhijan, and distinguished experts and colleagues. It was a journey of 5 hours, very active 5 hours. I actually admit that I have been witnesses a great cooperation and the distinguished presentations from eminent experts from our member countries. And of course, I know that international organizations also contributed. It was a nice journey today for the first day, and I assure you tomorrow also will witnesses a very important presentations that I hope all of us do come tomorrow, because tomorrow is very, very important. And it is, if you allow me, it is an honor and a privilege to provide closing remarks and announcement also for second day tomorrow. On behalf of IOFS Secretariat, I would like to thank and express our deepest appreciation to all of you, the eminent experts who have delivered the great presentations and cooperate in the great also discussions, and also participating and built on the knowledge. We do not have to forget the efforts that also Dr. Muhammad Ali did this morning, and of course our colleague and the brother Bakhijan for the preparing, for the moderating for today. The workshop presentation today was it gives me a garden of excellent varieties that we have today. We have been entertaining gradually from very basic to up to very high-tech technologies, and how can we use the macro satellites and single nucleotide polymorphism, SNBs, and the others for the work on the animal identification and animal genetic resources. We entertain since the beginning, actually, the open remarks and the open ceremony with the eminent and the high excellences profile. And with the presentations, we have entertained from Tunisia, from Yemen, Turkey, Bangladesh, Qatar, Chad, Azerbaijan, Algeria, Kazakhstan. I would like to say that all presentations have been very interesting and useful for all of us. And for further consideration in work, I was really have to also mention what we have received on the chat dialogue, that we need to cooperate in camel projects. Some others said we need to go to see what is the common diseases of this. So this kind of chats and this kind of cooperation, it is very important to us in IOFS, with the promise and that the team of IOFS will take it into high consideration, I can assure you, and we will go to cooperate on this. Tomorrow, why tomorrow is very important, it is not only because we will go to continue the high level of presentations, but also because we will be able to manage to discuss other topics on the same areas. So we will be entertaining tomorrow high and very impressive presentations on the management of animal genetic resources, as well as genetic resources of cattle and the small ruminants, sheep and goat in OIC member countries. And tomorrow also I will have the privilege and the honor to conclude in a very small presentation in the end of tomorrow about today and tomorrow. I would like to see all of you tomorrow. Very important to us, the participation, the active participation. Questions for us are very important, and also we have to consider the chat box. And I can tell you, behind the scenes there is a team there taking into consideration all what is in the chat box. I would like to thank in our 5 hours journey, we do not have to forget the translation. Translation team did a very good job today, excellent job today. They were really facilitating our efforts, and you can always think of them when we speak. We have to speak a little bit slow, but they are professional. They give us actually very important. I'm really thankful to them that they stay 5 hours with us, and tomorrow they will continue the journey with us. And then I would like to thank all of you and to see you all tomorrow, inshallah. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
One time are we going to start to work tomorrow?
Thank you. At 3 o'clock Nur Sultan time.
The
same as today.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. See you tomorrow.